Booting it up. Okay. That's gonna go, and let's start up the Rumble side. That's good to go. Let me make sure this is paused. I don't need to be streaming my own stream. Okay. And we're back. All right. We need to... I think we're in the middle. Enter vehicle. Is there a gas station around here somewhere? No. Right? Yeah, right there. Let's swing over there, grab some fuel, and go knock out, what is it, 31? Oh man, the attention to detail. These Colossus guys are crazy. And there's like little Colossus there. They really go ham on this thing. Now I think we leased this equipment, so I don't want to really spend too much money filling it up. I might not. There it is. I'm gonna put some gas in it, maybe 3/4. This thing uses a lot of gas. It's really gas. And there's a Z.
Oh yeah. Just updating.
Alright, I need to go over the river. Knock out 31. So we might want to find a different place to sell the excess spinach, because I'm assuming with the amount that we've dumped into this preservation factory, preserved food factory, the price has dropped. So the price drops are still the thing, right? When you fill up so much of a product, or when you sell so much of it, it will radically drop the price. You can still sell it, but you're going to get a fraction of it. I don't know what it is. The game doesn't ever really tell you what the price drop actually is. Actually, the price drop, the game doesn't tell you the price drops at all. There's no indication in the game that they drop the price after so many liters are sold. And the game, most maps and placeables and stuff for selling stations, most of them, the default is either 100,000 or 200,000 liters before the price drop. So when we drop, 800,000 liters off at a sell point, the price is definitely dropping. So we'll still have to sell the amount to finish the contract, but I think if there's another place to sell the spinach, we will want to go there, because we're going to get way more money. Because this last sale that I did, I mean, the first time I sold it there, I got like 540,000 or something like that. And the second time, we had more. We had more, but I got less money total. So yeah, ooh. I thought I was over one, but I'm still working on the Huron County map. There is a lot of stuff to fix. There's still a lot of stuff to fix. I've been working on it for a while. Here. Just want to try this wiggly tick. But I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of cleanup there. Yeah, we want to get this guy over. Sorry, what are you doing? Oh. You're doing a short cutty here. Interesting. Idea that we're in here. Oh, the turning on the corners, though. Jesus. Dude, where's it going to go? Oh, it is. Go this way. There's a unified path to be on the bridge. Oh, that wouldn't cause any issues at all. We still need to get the parsnips here. So the plan was, if I remember right, my brain is still foggy from. Anyway, oh, there's the Z.
Yep.
So getting 31, getting that harvested and everything is what we want. That goes over to the preserved food again. But is there a secondary place that we can take this stuff? Preserved food factory. This is not the price we're going to get. Okay, because reasons. Because we've sold so much there. Yeah, we can give the contract stuff there, but as soon as the contract stuff is full, we want to stop dumping, and then dump the rest at like the potato factory. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. We're more likely to get more money from that. We're gonna go off edit mode so I don't make mistakes. I still have to practice like auto drive and some of the like there's so much stuff you can do with it, and I've barely touched the surface. Look at all the weed. Look at all the weeds in this field. Jesus. So how much in this contract is it expecting? We need to give 206,000 into the preserved food, and we're at freezer. Jaguar? No. Oh. No. It's trying. It's really trying. There we go. Put it down. There you go. All right. Okay, that's gonna take a hot minute. So with 500K that we have here, I think what I want to do is we want to start purchasing the equipment that we actually have, right? So it's like, can I please? Is it? So some of this stuff, well, almost all of it, we don't actually own yet. The rock picker we own. I think the spreader we own this. I think. With the baler we definitely don't. And I don't think this first field. This is a weeder. We don't own that. Or the wagon. I don't want to return this. This still has a ton of stuff in it, so I want to keep that. We're gonna need more grass.
Oh, the cultivator. I don't think we own that either.
Cultivator too? Yeah, we don't own a cultivator, so we're gonna need like the bednar. So we purchase.
Yep.
I'm
using the least one at the moment.
Okay. Well, if you're close, I would rather return that because every hour you use that is just more money. So let me find.
Hand that back.
Where is it? There it is. Cultivators, and then bednar, and then go with our color scheme here. That way it's legit. All right. So the bednar, swifter. 120 grand. So there's that. And then we're going to want a plow. And my new, like the new version of the plow, as you can see, I've removed 2 of the wheels on the outside. Okay. There's a very specific reason I did that. But if we do the color scheme again, we want jet black already. What I did is I removed the collisions, like just the odds and ends of collisions, right? So telephone poles, fences, stuff like that. From this, it still collides with the ground and roads and the player, but nothing else. It's not going to collide with anything else. But the wheels, right? The wheels are added by the game. You define the wheels in the XML, but they're actually added by the game. And I tried hiding the wheels, like literally hiding the wheels when it's folded up like this. Just hide the wheels. But it didn't get rid of the collision when I had to use debug mode to see that. Even though the wheels disappeared, it was just the visual, right? The actual like collision volume still existed, so it still collided with stuff. So I just had to get rid of the two wheels. I couldn't get rid of all of them. I had to keep these inner wheels here. These are right next to the tractor. They usually don't get in the way. You usually can avoid it. The point was to make it thinner to be able to run across bridges and stuff. Because the person that originally modeled this, I don't know what kind of farm they were running, but that is actually wider than a road. So you just end up hitting literally every sign as you drive down the road. So the plow, this will come in handy as we start expanding out. Getting one of these. And I bumped up the horsepower required for this one. For the 72 as well. I bumped it up. Because it was like 370, and I'm like, 370 for a 26 meter wide plow. That's pretty low. Okay. And then I would like, we are gonna need, well, I think we already have a seeder? Or did I return it already? Did I return it? No. We seeded this.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you did.
I mean, I know we seeded this.
Mm-hmm. You can hand in the other cultivator, the least one.
Okay.
It's at the shop.
Alrighty. Vehicle.
I don't know if you can just do that from the menu. If you can see which one is which.
Yeah, I can see which one is least.
Yeah, I don't remember.
There it is. All right, that's been successfully returned. Oh yeah, I've got a mod. One of the new mods that, if you've noticed, does AI worker things, and I went in and edited it, and all of the AI, or not all, vast majority of the AI workers have been renamed to patrons. So the AI worker running the Lizard Colossus right now is Tama. And the only patron that I didn't add to that name list was Z, because he's the one that's been playing with me. So he's already a named AI worker. It is what it is.
Actual intelligence. No.
actual intelligence. That's that. Mm-hmm. Sure. That's what that means.
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to. So that Lizard Colossus that we have, that is a beast of a piece of equipment as far as the leasing cost, and it's already at 10%. 10%, like, wow. Yeah, 10% damage. All right. Well, it's going strong now. And we're already halfway to the contract rate. I can't sit and watch it because it would drive me. Uh, okay. The two tractors that the Vario tractors. These are the. Other than that harvester, this is the most expensive thing. But I could have sworn that we had a cedar.
Yeah, I'm sure you had one.
Yeah, there it is. Kinsey. Yeah, we actually own it. It's saying it's at the shop. If I can figure out where the hell we are. How did I? Let's see. Visit. Oh, it was hiding. It was hiding behind all. Yeah. We definitely have one. I did edit the DB120. And I tried to be good with it, but yeah, this has been edited now. My custom version here has been edited, and it's got all three of the new crops. And I added I just kind of went through a bunch of. I went on the Mod Hub and I looked at a bunch of maps, and I looked at like what sort of fruits they added, and I added just a lot. Alfalfa, clover, stuff that this map doesn't have, but other maps do. I just added those. I tried to do it by category because there's fruit seed types, and there's fruit seed category types. Right? There's a categories on. Well, I tried having the category like planter, sower, whatever, and then I tried to add the fruits that weren't in a category: potato, rice, and poplar. So the three types that were not in a category, and then just the other categories. Well, that threw an error where you can only have one or the other. You can't have both. You can't specify categories and distinct fruit types. Why that is the thing? I don't know. Like, I looked at the script, and it's if one is null, or if neither of them are null, right? You have types and categories, then it throws the error. And it's like, oh, you can't do that. And it doesn't load them at all. It doesn't load any of them. And it's like, why can't you add the types that are specified, and then add the categories one at a time, right? And then just not duplicate. Like, you just have a list, and you're like, hey, if this is already added, don't add it twice. Stupid. But it should be very possible to do that. And the fact that they didn't, and they just like, oh, you can only have one to the other, that's just stupid. And I would have to like do a whole lot of script editing and stuff to make that work. But I was trying to make the DB120 basically use the categories, because most map makers, when they add a fruit type, let's say it's like buckwheat or flax or something like that, they add it to the fruit type categories, right? You add it to the categories, like for sowing machine or planter or whatever. You add it to those categories, and then the ones that use categories work just fine. There is no all category. There's, and a vehicle like the DB120 doesn't have a way of augmenting, adding, or changing the categories at all. The only thing that has tags for fruit type categories, or fruit types in general, is maps. A map mod. That's the only way to do it. And if I had made my DB120 use a tag of like all, right? You just do all, a category of all. Well, that would require each map maker to add a category of all with all of the, just put everything in there. Yeah. The game, like, it's funny how the game knows what modders will want to do, and they actively try to prevent you from doing it. The fact that there's 3 fruit types that do not have their own category in the base game: potatoes, rice, and poplars. They do not have their own category. It's just annoying. But yeah, there it is. The beast. I made it. I actually did a Google search on what the cost of one of these is. And it was so funny. There was a website that was like John Deere DB 120 sale price $370,000, and there was a little like in stock. In stock, like add to cart. I'm gonna add a $370,000 John Deere planter to my shopping cart. Have we gotten that far in the internet that you were buying hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment in the shopping cart? Like, I just laughed at myself when I saw that in stock. Like, really? But yeah, this thing has got like you can do like the smart boxes. You see this version of this everywhere now. And this is my edited version, right? So I took the version that was fixed and the person made it work. And I've fixed some bugs and added all those fruit types, so it's good to go. But it's 370,000, so I'm not gonna be able to make that just yet. All right, so I think I'm just trying to think of like what's coming, and what we're gonna need to do. We've already got the plow, so yeah, the parsnips. We're gonna need lime and fertilizer. So the lime and fertilizer stations, they're gonna be probably next. We've got a metric ton of digestate in here. So I think what I'm gonna do, we're gonna purchase, go to barrels. We need a liquid. Ooh, the Colossus has one now. Why do they make their stuff so cheap? It really breaks everything when they do that. But anyway, we can't go there anyway because this one here, the FG version, is the best. This is because it does all the things, grape juice and all the things, including propane, which is going to be important. But I'm pretty sure I made the capacity like a lot. So I'm just gonna go full capacity. Let's do plastic. Design. What is this? No idea what that was. Chassis. Hub, I don't. Rim. I don't think we can change the tires on this. 101,000. Wow. Maybe cut that to 100,000. Yeah, I made them really expensive, like the high capacity stuff. You have to pay for it. You could just use Colossus and be like, oh, I was just going to use this and call it good. But I like to get a little spicier with it. So we're going to buy. We need a tanker. We need a tanker that holds all the things, and we can always come back and redo it to the high capacity later. I mean, it would cost 50 grand, but the mega farm dawns, and now we want come back here. We're going to say, all right, we're going to purchase instruction. Now we need a let's see. These are going to be. This is why I haven't gone crazy buying so much stuff, because yeah, we're gonna need the fertilizer plant. Right over here. Want to be careful. I'm not gonna override the thing there. Toggle snap. And then we want the lime factor. There we go. Now let's get our paint on here. Why? I think these not really made quite right. Okay. Put a little bit of rack. I don't want to go too much with this. Just trying to mix up texture hues a little bit. Add a little bit of dirt, sparingly. Forest ground. Here. Like dipping out back here for a cigarette break.
Like me.
Yeah, Z would be on the back.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay. There. You know, the mega farm, as it grows, will develop better and better things and stuff, and yeah, it will eventually get all professional and clean. But yeah. Oh, this finished. We didn't get nearly as much. Yeah, really gonna do this all day, huh? So we don't have very much extra for this time. go 297. Oops. God. Wrong button. That weird. Way more on. Well, you have like 5 extra fish. Really worth. Taking. Yeah, I'm getting that 16x map prep. Oh man. The travel time is going to be crazy. I'm going to need to really use auto drop. Good lord. Traveling anywhere, even if you have a realistic machine, the oh my god. I really hate articulated vehicles. I really. It's just not good for me. It's just. What are you doing? Whatever. Should have had that. Weirdest. I still don't know what causes that bug. It stops. Unloading liquid stops. I don't know. Put the music on. Are we viewers? Don't really have very many.
One.
We have 3 over on the
Well,
other
well,
side.
that's what it's telling me.
Well, 2 over. Well, it's probably counting you, so
Oh yeah.
you're the one watching. I think what I'm construction. Ah. Full repair. White ball. Oh. Oh. Didn't want to, but come on. Exit. Christ. How about a pop-up game? AI worker block. That would have been so nice. Just sits there and just like, oh, I'm going to earn an hourly wage just sitting in the field. I'm not going to tell anybody that. Good worker there. Good work. actual store? 4 million? Okay, good. Just gonna take a while because the stupid thing stops, right? It actually went out faster than I thought it would. So it was taking years. Okay. Boom. Sit back. Did grab it. Or was that Z? It's like, maybe Z is in there. I want to grab. Not super cheap. It's cheaper than buying lime. Lime is... Look. Prices. So, lime. Is it even... Yep, there it is. Lime is roughly 190, almost $200 for 1,000 liters. And then stone is not even in here. We just have to guess. No, there it is. So a fourth of that price. Now we're also going to need to realize that production costs take. I think I've got this right. And we're in France. TMR, I think, maxes in near January. So, amazingly, the only place to sell it is the place that I'm sitting at right now. I don't know why there's no animal dealer on this map. Like, let's collect 31. Yeah, there's no animal dealer. I don't know if there's a placeable animal dealer or what, or where would even place that. Usually a map requires an animal dealer. harvester is just about. Yeah, and all these are customized, by the way, by me. Like almost everything you see, except for the Colossus. I've been not editing the Colossus mod at all this time. But these fill stations here that I'm using, I've customized those. The lime, the fertilizer, the fermenting silo, the tanker. Obviously, that was FG version. Oop. Done a good job. I'm sure those workers doing it. Parsnips. All right, parsnips. We need those to be dropped off. Not at the preserved food factory. Unfortunately, that is not the best place to put it because the price drop. We hit that last time. So we're going to go to the farmer's market. I have a pretty good idea where the farmer's market is. Been there many, many times. All right. Should we get some music up and running here? No. There it is. I have to talk through the music. Otherwise, bad stuff happens. Radio Man completed their task. Good job, Radio Man. I overshot. Okay. Is there any other root harvesting contracts that we can opt in? Harvesting, we got field 18, which is more spinach, which I think would be good. So, fortunately, David is like maxed out already, but whatever. It's a pretty small field, but we can do it. About 8,000 is about the floor of a. See, that's carrots, but that's like that's so far away. So Jesus, that is so far away. But that little field is going to give us over 300,000 liters of carrots. Really? 8 acres. Yeah, the acre size is a little off. Okay, we would need to go to field 8. I'm gonna take this gang. As soon as we get done with this, I'll probably return this harvest. Okay. Field 18. Right there, please. And let's hit up the farmer's market. $236,000 for over 300,000 acres. I don't remember what that field cost, but that helped reduce the cost, I think. And with that, we could buy another field, although not a very big one. 250,000? Yeah, not be a big field. Z is just pumping out the contracts today. Look at that. Which is good.
To clear the list.
Remember, we have 2 months or 2 days in a month. So,
yeah.
If you want to do,
I'll do a couple of plowing.
yeah, I was just gonna say, like the two plowings are. We have the plow ready to go. It's at the shop. So.
Yep. It's exactly what I'd planned to do after cultivation. It's just trying to get the contracts out of the way. It gets new contracts in.
We're single-handedly, like, working the whole area. I shouldn't say single-handedly. There's actually 2 of us here. I shouldn't say single-handedly. All right. We got our own solid fertilizer coming in now, which is nice.
Lights.
You need to go. Field 18. Wait, did we buy 119? I think I bought 119. Did I buy? It's highlighted as, yeah, we own 119.
Yeah.
I don't remember doing that. Have we harvested that already? No, we haven't harvested it yet. Shit, I completely forgot about that. Okay. I guess that's the thing. We're gonna have to go harvest that. It's fine. What was that? Parsnips 153. We're not rolling in money yet, so it's frustrating. We could start slowly collecting more and more blocks of land. Like, we could get like 98. Yeah, we could afford 98. What is on that? Sorghum? No. Potatoes. Yeah, potatoes are on that 98. Because we got 98, we could plow 98 and 97 together, and just like have more. 101. We could do 101 as well. And that is canola. Although let's see. Yeah, both of these together would be a pretty good deal. Is this? Yeah, these potatoes are ready to harvest. So yeah, the remove foliage. Like, I don't know what machine you use to do that, but I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna buy 98. That is gonna be 40% discount. And we can harvest those potatoes. I think the same harvester we have up here will be able to do it. I'm pretty sure the root header that we have on there. We'll do a quick look-see here. We have a vegetable header. We don't. Does not allow potatoes. So we're going to have to get a potato header. 10 meters is the widest I go. Of course. Maybe potatoes we should go with a different color. Maybe we should color code these. Potatoes like an espresso color. Yeah. Potato is espresso colored. Yeah, we're gonna buy this. Start building a collection of stuff and things that we own. Good idea. So as soon as we're done with this, we'll be able to do the or this thing will be able to do the potatoes. I just have to drop the header off at the shop, pick up the new one, and go harvest that field. But yeah, like, what? As far as like potato, what do you use? That is a crazy looking machine right there. Because it says remove foliage, but I don't know actually what does that. Like, do you have to run a mower over it or something? Like, what do you... Maximum for Walter. I just bought a bunch of land. Is that not a Walter plot that I got? That's weird. Maybe... That must not have been.
Probably not.
Collect that. Oh, 182. Sowing. Another cultivating. We actually own a couple fields. We own 58 here, which we haven't touched. We own 60 over here, which we harvested but then haven't touched. What I want to do is I want to own all of these little itty bitty ones and then merge them all together. Because it's not worth the gas bringing all that equipment out and just like literally planting half an acre. Like, that's just a big garden. Now that 4x or that 16x map that I'm working on, that has actually got fields that are realistic in size. That take a realistic amount of time to actually harvest. I think there's one field on that Huron map that is almost the size of a base game map. Like, there's one field that takes up a 16th of the 16S map, which is the size of what you would get. Basically the size of a base game map. One field. So it's just huge. Oh, why did I make that so damn expensive? Why do I do that to myself? Matchers. I'll put a trailer hitch on this one. Doesn't, it's just a little nub. Hurt anything? Okay, so this I'm gonna do lime. So main color will do white. Or oh my god. It's just I can't. Yeah, that one has a black top. What I'll do is I'll purchase one. With white on the top. And that will be for the lime. Oh yeah. Trailer. Just for fun. 57. I think we. I'm spending it as fast as Z can make it.
Faster even.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't help that everything is like unholy expensive. Like,
Yep.
what I really want is more of the Vario tractors, but those things, those are going to be a little pricey. So. How much does this? 186. Why were we getting such high yield last time? Like, did something change? I don't think a game update came out. Nothing else changed in terms of like map. I didn't update the map. For some reason, like the first couple fields that we were harvesting, we were getting
one mod that was updated, and that was related to price.
Yeah, that was the rice. That was not. Yeah, that was not. I wonder, like, if it's the repair state of the actual thing. Like, if I need to repair it. I mean, it shouldn't make that big of a difference. I mean, we were getting over double what the contract specified. Like, the contract was like, oh, you need to unload 360,000, and we were getting like 1.2 million. Like, it was not even close. I need, before I return, we need to go to 119. No, you missed a spot.
Hey.
I said you missed a spot.
Yeah.
How's that plow treating you?
Well, that's going quite well.
It's the first time since I've edited it that it's actually been used. I mean, I've had it in the game, like I've had it in my test world just to test to make sure it's not bored, but it's the first time it's actually been used in a field since I've been editing. The reason I had to leave those two wheels, the two tires that are the closest to the tractor, is without those, and when you lowered it, it would like lower the whole thing into the ground. Like, it was really bad. So I had to
I've yet to try to cross a bridge with it.
Oh, I know for a fact that all the collision stuff works great. So,
Okay.
like it's only specified to collide with the ground, the road. Like, those are just flags. Like, you just like terrain, road. So what, I don't know what like road would be, but and then the player. All right, this is a pretty big. Good. I just wish it wasn't so limited in speed. We'd be able to get these done faster, win a little faster, but I don't know how to change AI workers to be faster. Horseplay, yes, but regular AI workers, I have no idea. Okay.
quick break. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. $156,000 liters. Potatoes? No way. That's way more than way more. Potatoes are crazy. Although that's kind of a small field. Oh no, this is our field, so we get all of the things. What are you? Why are you driving on the crop? What the hell? You're not supposed to be doing it. AI worker. More carrots. 103? Must deliver 875,000 liters. How many goddamn carrots do you get? 103. Let me look at 103. Potential harvest 931,000 liters. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot. Why doesn't it tell me potential harvest on this field? Why, game? I'm sorely tempted to disable weeds. Yeah, this is taking a while to get. Why I wanted to start this right away. And even 5 million TMR is not a lot of TMR. In terms of like money value, it's not an expensive. So one of the other things I did with the 16x, the Huron County map, again, I'm going through. The map is great, and there are people out there that use, bless their heart. But the map has a huge amount of problems, right? That I've been fixing. It's been days and days fixing problems. Some of which are there's a ton of objects in the map that have a clipping distance of 1 million, right? And what that means is that's the distance that something stops being rendered, right? So if we look around this map, right, I know that there's a building, there's like a gas station right down there, there's some buildings over there, but it's not being rendered because the clipping distance, we're far enough away from it. As you approach them, they'll appear, right? That's where you get that popping. Well, when you have a bunch of stuff on a map that doesn't have a clipping distance, and by 1 million clip distance, that means it doesn't specify a clip. There is no clip distance, right? So the game just assumes it's 1 million. So it just caps it at a certain value. Well, you're never going to be 1 million, a million meters away, right? The distance, you're never going to be that, because even a 16x map is 8 by 8 kilometers. Like 1 million is an unfathomable amount of distance when it comes to this map. I can't even think about a map that's 1 million meters, right, on each side. That's insane. It's literally what, 1,000 kilometers. Oh, finally finished. So yeah, a clip distance of 1 million, it basically says don't clip at all. Well, when you have a bunch of stuff on a map that doesn't clip, that means it's rendered everywhere you go. Everywhere on the map that you are, that object is being rendered. If you look at it, right? If I look at it and there's that building over there, right? If a bunch of stuff on that building, let's say there's clutter, there's a bunch of lights, a bunch of stuff on that building that don't have a clip distance, that means from this distance, the renderer is still trying to render it, right? It's actually calculating the pixels and it's trying to render all of that stuff, even though it's so far away that you shouldn't be able to see any of the nitty-gritty details. And by that I mean like little clutter on the ground or lights or whatever. You shouldn't be able to see it. And so having a metric ton of stuff on that Huron County map that has no clip distance means there's a ton of wasted rendering time on that. Ton of it. So that's one of the things that I work to fix. I have already gotten rid of. I've been able to cull roughly 145 textures from the map that are duplicates of base game textures that you can just reference the base game textures. So it's textures that were, when they converted the map, they added the textures into the map, and you don't need it. But it's super tedious to go through and edit all of the pointers to the map file name instead of pointing to a map to a file in the zip file for the map. You point it to the base game, right? It's just tedious. You just go through. And so 145 textures, and that's not even all of them. Because when you do the test runner and it finds all of those, it orders them by the size of the file, right? So if you just do the top half of the files, you get 80% of the space saved, right? So 145 files, we're looking at, the average is over a meg probably per file. There are some files in there that are 5 megs. There's a bunch that are 600K, right? So you average all of those out. So we're looking at almost 200 megs. Between 150 and 200 megs, just in the reduction of the amount of files that are in. And there was some places that the file was duplicated twice. So there was a copy in one textures folder and another copy and another texture. Like there was in there twice, and I was, basically normalized everything. Okay, so I think no, this is misleading. This is not going to give us that. So farmers market is where we're going to be. But another thing I did, anybody who has used the Huron County 16X map knows that this here, this PDA map, is just a blank gray box around the map. And I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. And so what I did last night is I actually went up on Google Maps, and Huron County is a thing in Michigan. Right? Huron County is an actual thing. It's a county in Michigan. Ironically, it's actually the county on the tip of the mitten. And so the entire county, the northern border of the county, is a rounded edge, and it's bordering the lake. Right? That's Huron County, Michigan, is that northern part, and it's bordering the lake. So it's all water above it. And it's kind of shaped like an inverted bowl, right? You have the rounded top and the flat bottom. And so what I did is I took the PDA and I just took screenshots from Huron County from Google Maps, and I arranged them around the actual map, trying to match up the road grid. Because yeah, it's all gridded out in sections, because the sections are square miles. If anybody's looking at Google Maps in Europe, you're wondering, if you're looking at like Huron County, Michigan, and you're looking at all of these grids, what are those grids? Well, those are square miles. Those are a mile on each side. Those are sections. And the section is broken up into 4 main blocks. But yeah, so like this right here, all the way around, this would be a section. Now I don't know what the scale is here. This is a 4x map, so I'm guessing it would be something like this, right? So this area down and down here, this would be a section. And then those sections are divided into fourths. And then you have blocks that, then you could subdivide it even more. Like a city block is like an eighth of one of those. There is a standard to it. There's a standard land division system in the U.S. But as far as farms go, you have a mile on the side. That is basically a big section of land. And so yeah, I took the PDA and I tried to match up the grid, because it's a 16x map. You have 4x4, a grid of 4x4 basically. And I tried to match those lines up with the rest of the satellite. So it looks pretty cool. The texture of the land, the hue, this green doesn't really match like real green, like the actual how green it is. But anyway, it's pretty good. Okay, so this is gonna be carrots, and this wants to get sold at the farmer's market. That's like right next to us. 875,000. What do carrots go for? Would be about 800 times this. 312. mean, that'd be 250 grand. How much does that plot of land cost? It would cost 3 to 150. We don't have it. But yeah, that would be $250,000 in a product, which would, the value of the field is 414. So the purchase cost, if we bought 103, I'm trying to buy the plots of land that are near our farm because it's just going to be easier to manage. So 103 is like right there. If we took out a little loan, bought this, right? We've got the discount already, so that's like 414. Do some quick and dirty math. That is 250,000. That is literally the value of the crop that's sitting on that field right now. So we could take out a little loan. I mean, a little loan, 250,000. Buy that plot. We don't even really need to take out a loan. If we wait, I don't want to trigger that contract. Because I don't know what happens when you buy the plot of land what happens if we buy the land after we accept the contract? Like, I don't know what happens. Does the contract go away? Does somebody out there know? Maybe Coffee knows, and he's probably tried to do that. Sounds like something about you. Yeah, if we any other lucrative fertilizing. I don't want to do a fertilizing contract because we're going to be using all of our fertilizer for our own fields. The sowing contract, I mean, our planter is ready to go. I think we can do rye with that planter that we have. I think I bought the version that you can do rye. We don't have the DB120. That's a mega farms level. That's when you have enormously large fields. Basically like buying all the fields in this section, merging them all together, then you can use it. What I want to do also is get the new case. Somebody put out a really nice Case I8 big planter. And like, I'm sure it took just an insane amount of work. But what's weird is the one that they put on the Mod Hub is different from the one that was on their itch.io page. But they some of the decisions they made about it, I would definitely want a custom version. But yeah, there's a Case IH planner out there that's really good. I don't think it's as big as the DB120. It would be hard to beat the DB120, like, and to keep it like realistically sized, because that thing is a beast. I don't know why they stopped making it. I think they stopped making them in like 2020. Maybe they were having problems with it. It's so damn big that maybe it was having problems getting the seeds to the like outside. I mean, the thing is like 36 meters wide. Like, it's huge. That's a long ways for seeds to travel. You know, and if they get gummed up, you're gonna have rows of your field that aren't planted. And I'm sure they had issues with the size of them. They're hard to solve unless you had tanks on the wings. Various ways. What you could do, we'd have supplemental tanks on the way. This guy's just gonna straight up drive over all of... I don't understand. The AI worker is not supposed to drive over the crop. And this is why I have crop destruction. Because it's like, there would be a way to turn around at the end of this field. After 2 or 3 headlands. There would be a way to turn around and not have to drive on the fruit. But for some reason, it's just like, oh, we'll just drive over a little bit. And if I had crop destruction turned on, it would be disastrous. Yeah, we're not getting the same yields that we were getting Wednesday. What happened? Could it have been like a weird back end FS25 server glitch or something? Because yeah, we were getting unholy yields last time.
Could be.
Like we're up to 300,000 on this field. We have a little bit left, but a field this big, yeah, I should have harvested this field on Saturday or on Wednesday, like, because we would have gotten like 1.5 million liters off of this field. So what the hell happened? This is why I bought this field. I was thinking we're gonna get like a huge crop out of it. And yeah, we're gonna get a decent crop, but it's not what we were gonna get. That's nuts how much of a difference it is. Because the contracts were, a field like this would have returned and said, you need to sell 350,000. Then we harvested it, but we actually got like 1.2 million. So we had 800,000 liters that we could just sell ourselves. That was really bizarre. I would love to know what happened and how to replicate it, because that was glorious. Okay, but with the carrots, are there any other carrots? There's not really any good ones. So what I would like is go to finance. Should I wait? I think I'm gonna have to do. I just have to go here. I'm just gonna have to straight up carry this. Just Superman this thing. Did fertilize this one. I'm not liming it yet because we're going to be plowing these fields together, so I want to just lime it all. Although it looks like it's limed already. I go here. Right? The needs lime is only these little strips right here. So, does the AI lime its own field? It must. Because if we sell the spinach from this field, we should have enough to buy 103. Then buy the, harvest the carrots off of this field, sell those, and then that should give us a pretty decent payday. You just kind of roll one into the next. All right, what are we going to need to do? We need... It's like we don't need to lime it, which is kind of weird. We are going to need a fertilizer. It's going to use up quite a lot of fertilizer. I am kind of surprised that we're not having to lime very much here. Although lime, I've learned, does degrade, right? You only need a lime like every third harvest. But in between one and the third, you do get less, it is simulating in the back end that lime is going down. And it only triggers needing lime when it runs out. But the harvest prior to that, the yield is a little bit less because of because the lime level goes down. So when you lime it, it goes to max, you get the max benefit. After that harvest, it goes down one, right? A little bit less of a harvest, and then after that harvest, it goes down again, but it still doesn't trigger needing lime. It's just low. Then after that harvest, it's like, oh, I need lime. And not all. There's a flag on the crop of needs lime. And I think they all need lime, but I've talked to my family, my grandma especially. I mean, she's literally grew up on a farm. They owned a farm when they first got married. She had never, ever heard of somebody spreading lime on it. It's like, no, that never was a thing. I don't know if it's a regional thing. It could be a regional thing. And, Giants Software, they're in Germany. So maybe it's a thing in Germany. Maybe the pH balance of the soil is just gets out of whack. But yeah, I've also never seen a field, driving on the road in this area. I've never seen a field like with a white powder over it, like if somebody just limed it. Because the amount of lime that you would need, the fields in this area are huge. So the amount of lime that you would need would be tons and tons. I don't know where they would get all of it. Or if they use a different product. They may use a different product that does the same thing. I don't know. Yeah, liming is just not a thing. Oh, more complicated.
Fortunately.
Those should go fast. I mean, that Bednar books right along. All my, the most basic edits that I do just increases the speed at which tools work. Because when you're dealing with a mega farm, I only have so much patience. All right, 393,000 liters of spinach. need. At 103? Yeah. All right. What? Wait. What are you? What the hell you were doing? All right. I'm gonna go drop this off at the farmer's market, not the preservation. One of the things I like, be careful going over that bridge. That thing is going to use the whole bridge.
I'm not going over the bridge.
Okay. One thing I like about that Huron map is there's no stupid little water feature going down the middle of it. Just like make a nice flat map and then have this gouge through the whole map with like bridges that interrupts my flow. I'm pretty sure my subscription to this website triggered in the last couple days. So that was 120 bucks. I want to get that Huron map ready to go, get that content out, and see if people respond well to it, or if it was hundreds of hours that just kind of went down the drain. We haven't bought any productions yet. Like, we can start dipping our toe into that. We've just been just selling the raw materials. But productions are not cheap. A preservation factory, that's at least 200,000, 250,000 just to buy that. Then it's running costs. The other thing I'm doing with the Huron map, I'm rebalancing all of the productions. Autosave, of course. There's always an autosave. Always. All right, we're gonna buy 248,000. Yes. Enter. Right. So this carrot harvest. Be glorious. What is this field? This is Katie and corn, and it's harvested. And that's going to cost 100, 180,000. Yeah, if we could buy this whole like block that would be glorious. The mega farm is starting to grow. It's almost like a runaway train now. It's like really going. Because now it's like, well, it's going to calm down over the winter because we're not going to have anything to harvest or anything. Like, it's just going to be, okay, what do we do? So we've got a lot of our own fields now. Once I get this process done, so the carrots, and then we're going to do the potatoes, and then we got to start plowing. Well, to fertilize the fields that we need to fertilize, which is why I wanted to get those fertilizers and stuff up and running right away. Now, the cost of those, we have to keep in mind the cost of those is going strong right now, right? So I've got the fertilizer one boosted, I believe. It's maybe the line. I think it might be the line. Might need to remove that. But we've already got we already have 95 planted, so merging these fields is not really something. But we can go over here. Yeah, if 103 still had a crop on it, I might scoop that. Away from the edge. Right, we're right next to our base. Not that bad of a drop. You know what'd be cool? I wonder if you could script it. But it'd be cool if in a multiplayer game where if you had individual farms, like if Z had his own farm, if another player or if each player could offer their own contract, right? So like this field I'm going to, 119, I'm going out there to fertilize it. But it'd be interesting in a massive multiplayer, let's say you have a 4x or a 16x map, you got, you know, you're playing with 4 or 5 of your buddies and everybody has their own farm. Like the contract system, you just put a contract for it. It's like, hey, I need this field fertilized and I'm too busy right now, so here's a contract for it, blah, blah, blah. Am I going in the wrong? It'd just be interesting to see, because then you could add, like, if you offer the contract, you could start it, you know, you start a little lower amount. Like, I need 119 fertilized. Like, I'm offering 10,000. And if nobody picks it up, then you can be like, I'm offering 12,000, right? And you just see if somebody actually picks it up. What is this now? It just never picks up. I need 119 plowed, please.
Alrighty. Just finish this contract.
Yeah, that's fine. Just
While I'm here.
add it to the to-do list, I guess.
Yep.
Wow. Keep an eye out for 122 contract. What? Rock? That's a big field. Sugar beets, maybe? Hey, I think it's sugar. More carrots. Lot of harvest.
Oh yeah.
Fertilizing 163. Oh, of course, there's the opposite. There it is. But sugar beet harvest should come in next month. Which large weeds. There's a bunch of large weeds. Now the question is, what do we plant? What do we plant here? I think we had a plan. Because depending on the harvest, we could get 2 crops in. Maybe. No stage here. This is barley. If we look at this, let's look at this. Oh, calendar. So barley, we're planting here, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So May, June. But then we could plant carrots, beets, parsnips is a big no. Green beans, we could do that. So carrots, green beans, or red beets. We could do any of those. We would just miss the boat on spinach, maybe. But hoping we plant barley this early, we would be able to then harvest it right here. Wow. Long grain rice. You can only plant it in April and only harvest it in September. Gee, that is a narrow window. But of carrots, green beans, and red beets, carrots, 345, green beans, 451, and red beets, I think green beans is the winner. That is a decent amount of money. So we could plant the barley and then come back, harvest it, and then immediately turn it around and plant green beans and eke out another harvest. He is plowing this. It's giving us yellow stone, which isn't bad. Oh, the other thing I tried to do, and I haven't tested it yet with the Huron map, because I'm still fixing things, so I haven't tested it yet. I redid the density map for stones. Because the original map, it was like what looked like happened is they took another map, a smaller map, either it looked like it was a base game map, because it's all texture. Everything in the game is all textures. So they took the base game texture. Now, and anybody who is a Photoshopper or whatever, then they'll be able to picture this. So, picture of texture that's 2000 by 2000 pixels. That has pixels in it of a different. It's all black, right? So 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and then the rock is just 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. It's nearly impossible to see the difference unless you're using like the magic wand or whatever. But What it looks like they did is they took a base game texture and they scaled it up. So you take a 2000 by 2000 texture and you scale it up. And I think the density map textures are twice the resolution. At least that's what it looks like. And so it's a 4000 by 4000 texture and they scale it up to 16,000 by 16. So you're taking like all of those pixels and you're like, the density of the stone was just non-existent. It was just like very sporadic, very, very sporadic stone, like very, very far apart. And so what I did is I took the original texture, and it took some time because of how much memory it took. But I took the 16 by 16 texture, and I did a noise filter in Photoshop, which just adds a bunch of like pixels of various colors, which literally filled up the whole 16 by 16 texture. And then I just normalized all the colors. So any of the perfectly blacks stayed that way. And then I recolored every other pixel to just the 010101, which encoded. So the stone, and I really hope it works. I really hope it works. The stone, like, when the stone appears, it should be like grotesque. Like you see this stone here, there's one there, and there's one there, and there's one over here, and there's one over there. The Huron map should be like stone. It should be riddled with stone, like insane amounts of stone. And that's what I was hoping for. I'm hoping that's what happens. I haven't tested that yet. Every time I've tried to edit the stone, it just doesn't work. But I'm hoping it's crazy enough, because what it should do is it should cause way more wear on your equipment if you don't pick it up. And just the sheer amount of it, it actually makes it a resource you can use. Okay. I actually want to do. You do the when you're planting, you do the headlands last. You do the up down rows first. That's the bestest way. Okay, let's see how this is. Looks like maybe one more run, depending on relaxed. But we're gonna get over 900,000 liters of carrots on this one. That's a lot of carrots. Oh heck yeah, it's gonna get this no problem. That's a lot of carrots. Excellent job. 933,000 liters of carrots. Glorious. Live carrot.
So I hope if I use this map, and obviously it's going to be very customized experience. But I hope I get some interest in the work that I've done on it. That's kind of why I'm doing it. All right, finally. Vegetable protein powder production factory. Just as well. See, that's I can obviously tweak it and fix it, but the problem is with how like overpowered that is. I've found with myself, as soon as you have like many millions and millions and millions of dollars, the game or the specific playthrough sort of like there's no longer a drive, right? There's no longer a push for the next contract or the next field or the next harvest. Once you have millions and millions of dollars, and that's one of the things with the Huron map that I'm rebalancing. When I've gone through all the production points, the way that I'm balancing it is I'm making it like lucrative, or lucrative that's the wrong word. Like I'm making the productions pretty fast because it's a giant map. I'm expecting enormous harvest, right? So rather than have like a cereal factory, right, consuming like 4 wheat, 4 corn, like 2 honey, and making maybe 8 cereal, I'm multiplying all those values by 100, right? So it's making a lot more. But what I'm also doing is I am exponentially increasing the cost per hour to run it. And I'm actually running the numbers with the balance that I made production and the value of like cereal. Well, let's use flour for example. So flour is more valuable than raw grain, of course. But in order to produce that flour, you need to own and run the mill. Well, each production of flour, if I just had it base game balanced, the base game is woefully inaccurate in terms of how much it costs to run a flour mill, right? Even if you're just looking at electricity to run a mill like that, I mean, you're looking at hundreds and hundreds of dollars an hour just in like utilities. So the $2.50 an hour to run an average like base game production it's so imbalanced that you would immediately, as soon as you had one like pallet, like trailer load of pallets of flour or whatever, it would be over. You would get hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. So what I'm doing is, yes, productions are still lucrative, but it's a massive upfront cost in order to run the productions long enough to then make that profit up in the back end. And then you can use that profit to run even more expensive production. But having a production house, right? Having a production like you mentioned, vegetable protein, having that then result in millions of dollars, that just breaks the game. Because it's like, if money is, if obscene amounts of money is your goal, I could make a production that takes in nothing and that gives you, 100,000 cake an hour. I could do that. That would be easy to do. That would be really easy to do. It literally takes nothing in and gives you 100,000 cake an hour and costs $0 to run. So is that a balance that that people want? I don't think so. I think that in large part like ruins the game. So I've been trying to avoid a balance. But if you'd have to tell me what's broken. You said it's a bit broken. I don't know what that means. Do you mean that it's too profitable? Because yeah, that is definitely broken. I wasn't really sure if you meant broken as it's just way too profitable, which that's definitely true. But what I do is I basically take the production, right? Because you have the recipe. If you look in the production XML, you have the recipe, and then you have cycles per hour. So you take the result. Let's say it's 800 flour is the result, and you multiply that by the cycles per hour, which is giving you how much per hour of that product you're getting. And that's how much product you're getting per hour, which then I multiply by the value of that product, right? The cost per liter of that product. So let's use really easy numbers. Let's say it's 800 per recipe, and it's 10 cycles an hour. So that means per hour, you're getting 8,000 flour, right? That's 8 pallets of flour. Then I look at that and I say, okay, what is that worth? What is that worth per 1,000 liters? What is the game? So you look at the per liter cost or per liter value of flour, and you're like, okay, 8 pallets of flour would be worth, let's just say, if flour is worth I'm just gonna pull a number out of my ass. Flour is worth 37 cents per liter, so that's gonna be for 1,000 liters. That's gonna be $370. So 8 times that. Let's just use 40 because that's easier math on my poor little brain. Let's say it's 40 cents a liter. So it's $400 every 1,000 liters. Times that by 8, you're looking at 32,000. Because it's 3,200. So it's $3,200 income if you sold the flour at market, and I ignore the fluctuations. That's just, it is what it is. If you want to hold the flour for the best month, it just costs you more in capital to save it, to store it for later. It's basically delayed gratification. Do you sell it now for money, or do you sell it later for more money, but have to hold it for a while? And so I look at it and say, okay, $3,200 an hour of value of product. How does that? What do we charge per hour to run that production? Now in the base game, if you look at the production, it's minuscule cost. $20 an hour to run it. And so it's I'm making $3,200, but it's only costing me $20 an hour. That is way off. So I originally started doing how many employees would I have on staff in this production? Whether it's a flour mill, an oil mill, whatever it is, you know, you don't need a lot of employees in factories like that, just because most of it is just machines doing it. But now what I've done, and I'm gonna have to go through all the productions again and basically make a spreadsheet for all of them, just to make sure I'm doing it right. But I'm basically taking and going, all right, at least half of the value of that product, at least half, and it fluctuates depending on the production. About half is the cost of production. So I take that $3,200 and I'm like, all right, $3,200 I'm gonna make per hour from the flour mill. That production of flour is gonna cost $1,600 an hour. And I basically just flat rate it. And I just kind of randomize the number a little bit when I put it in. So I might hit like 1627, and I just sort of randomize it a little bit, but I come close to about half, and then there are fluctuations. The later down the tree you go, and then there's fluctuations with different products. So the flour mill, I added the grain drying system. So there's dry corn, dry barley, and dried wheat. And so I added those three to the flour mill, and I bumped up the amount of flour you get per liter. And then I reduced the cost, right? Because it's already dried. It's already dried coming in. So in my mind, I'm like, the grain mill would not have to then dry the grain, right? So it eliminates a step. So it reduces the cost. And that balances the cost of actually drying the stuff, the cost of the propane. But the balance of the map is by far one of the most like involved, intricate things that I do, because you can immediately break the balance of a map just with the set of mods that you play with. Like, you can just obliterate the balance, and basically eliminate the fun that you can have on a map, because you have a mod like you just mentioned, a vegetable protein powder, and all of a sudden it's like, well, shit, now literally, because the way the human brain thinks, you always go after the most profitable thing. You just go after the most profitable thing. Just like the fact that I'm planting barley, in order to harvest the barley, immediately plant green beans to harvest the green beans and make even more money, right? You min-max just naturally. The human mind just min-maxes naturally. So it's like, you just, in that mindset, you just have to go and kind of push forward. But I mean, in the end, it's going to be, I'm hoping to balance it and have people play it and experience the game in a way that's different than like Giants does things. Oh, nice. Potatoes are just harvested. Not sure where we can sell those. I tried downloading this. Are you talking about the map we're playing on right now? The US FlatLands? This is the US FlatLands map? Oh my god. I need to shuffle this over like 4 inches. Yeah, this is US FlatLands. This map is also customized by me. I did do there was a lot of bug fixes. The same sort of like clip distance thing that I I described it earlier in the stream. The main problem with the clip distance, and the Huron map is riddled with the clip distance problem. There are like hundreds, at least several dozen, like errors with the clip distance. Whoever made that map or converted it just did not care. One or two, yeah, that's way out of balance. I tend to avoid those kinds of mods now. It's just too easy. Like, what was disappointing me about the expansion that they announced, the aquaculture stuff, is all they did was they just are using the greenhouse system. That's all it is. It's very low effort DLC that they just announced. They're just specialty greenhouses. There's nothing majorly added with that, fish farm stuff. It's just so it was really disappointing that they didn't actually do something. I mean, the number one thing that I like to see on it, it's kind of a minor thing, but they added another type of crop, the onions. I would have liked to have seen all of the greenhouse crops as a farmable type. That's what I would have liked to see. So tomatoes, onions, cabbage, even the mushrooms in some way, shape, or form. Maybe not the mushrooms, because those are a pretty special product. But the chili, I would have liked to see, other things. But the problem with the base game, and again, I would have liked to have seen them fix this, but the way that they have it programmed, the game only allows 31 crop types. Fruit, they call them fruit types. So you can only have 31 fruit types. And that's the limit. And I think there's a mod or two that seeks to up that. The problem is the way that the game encodes data on the map. The fruit types, it uses, bit flags. So each fruit type has its own ID and its own bit flags for growth stage and stuff. And you would really have to do some low-level programming. And I don't think mods have full access to that. I haven't dug into that system, but I know, having looked at the scripts, there's only 31 fruit types possible. It's 2 to the 5th minus 1 is the number of fruit types. So if there's a couple maps that I found when I was editing the DV120. There's a couple maps out there that add like 8 more crop types. And they there are various qualities. The problem with the modded crop types is they're really not very professional. They don't look as good. But at least the people are trying. Give them credit for that. But yeah, I would like to have seen most of the greenhouse stuff turned into actual crops, or an expansion of like the Asian rice thing. Like, are there other crop types that they could introduce that are unique? Like, I don't know. Or, God forbid, they add orchards finally. That would be nice. you know, some of the specialized equipment for orchards and stuff would be very cool. You know, it'd be a long-term investment, taking a field and then basically having specialized trees that grow over, you know, it would have to grow over a period of a couple of years at least. And then you'd have all this specialty equipment that that could harvest. Ooh, did we hold on to the carrots? This is a lot of carrots. I might want to hold on to these. We need a silo to store them. Might have enough money. Construction, building, silos. Silo wood, no share. I love that. Right. Yeah, I would. I don't know what the benefit of a mod like that would be, in terms of like why you would just keep it. Let's customize what's the order. What's color? Dump these away. Save these for later. Okay, what month is... So January. So we're going to be selling a lot of stuff in January, I think. The TMR, I think, is sold in January. These carrots are definitely getting sold. Although, we really need to figure out, like, why there's no place. Yeah, like I really thought potato harvest. I really thought the yields of potatoes were way higher than, 180, or for this field. I thought it would be way, way higher. I mean, granted, it's a tiny field, but. Okay. Go sell those taters. 180,000 liters is not enough taters to hold on until December. FG Potato Factory. Maybe like $4,000 or something like that. I don't know. Maybe 40 grand. I don't. 180,000. It was what? 100. Not gonna be much. That was almost not worth it. Yeah, I definitely, the way that I balance, like all of my numbers for the map, the Huron County map itself balances the same as my XYZ price rebalance. Same prices and stuff. The map also balances a few of the yields of things because some of the yields were off, and I really balanced around realistic values. That's how I balance it. I try not to guess on what works and what doesn't. Yeah, it's funny, like that government subsidy mod, if in FS22 it was the most downloaded mod, and now in FS25 the exact same thing, it's the most downloaded mod, and it's like, why? What's the point? Oh, this needs lime as well. So what I'm gonna do, we have to plow it first. So I'm gonna get it fertilized. Yeah, preserved vegetables are definitely... The factory itself, though, is not cheap. That preserved food factory. So that's going to cost a pretty penny just to buy that. I don't know how much it is, but 330,000 just to buy it. And then you have like the cost of, you know, once you fill it up with stuff to actually like run the production. Which this map is not as... This map does not have all of my tweaks on it. My normal tweaks. The Huron map is real. I'm really... That's such a monstrously sized map that I really want to make sure that I do it right and have it ready perfect for the first time, because like that map is going to be huge. It's going to be over a gigabyte just for the map. So it's a monster. So I want to upload it. I want to finish it, upload it, and never touch it again. Because if I have to like tweak and bug fix and shit, that's just gonna be a nightmare. You should have seen how long it took to like load that thing in the editor. Like doing anything with that map in the editor and having to then save it. Like opening it in the editor takes about a minute and a half, maybe 2, to actually load it in the editor and have the editor like acknowledge that you've loaded it. I need to minimize this field. And then if you tweak something, like I had to when I changed the density map on the stones, but then when I changed that texture, it was originally a PNG, and so you have to load the map in the editor with the PNG, and then you have to save the map, which generates the actual file, which is a GDM file. And saving the map, even if you change almost nothing, turning around and saving the map can take 4 or 5 minutes. And that is your computer it's just saving the map. Remember, it's a 16x map. So it's a monster. And so I don't want to really do this more than once. Yeah, I don't have a lot of people. I apologize for not monitoring chat as closely. I don't have a lot of people chat on my Windows, right? I don't have the habit of looking at my chat window. Yeah, I could tweak that mod. I've gotten really good at tweaking mods. Like, I could easily tweak that mod, and like look at the fill types added and do all the math and stuff that are needed. All right, I need 103 plowed.
Okie dokie. I'll finish this field and then need that.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad at looking at chat. But, you know, the more people chat, the more I get used to looking at chat. So, kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Alright, we are, I think, going to need... Yeah, we're going to need a lime... trees. Grab the lime. Why? This is why I have the lime running at 300%. But yeah, there was another mod that I was looking at, like, that just, because I watch DJ's like mod, he does a video just outlining what new mods come out. I can't imagine what that guy's mod folder looks like. He literally downloads every single mod that is released on the mod hub and shows it in the game. He must, like, his poor computer, I just couldn't imagine. But there was a mod that just came out, and it used like a bunch of products, and I'm like, oh, that's a beautiful mod. Like, I can't remember what it is though. I'd have to look at it. It's a production style mod. All right, I think I'm gonna need to return. If we look at contracts, harvesting, well, that's weird. Are you using mine, or are you using the mod hub? You said it was crashing. So are you trying to use my version, or are you trying to break regular? I don't even know if the map is on the mod. So if you're downloading it from like King Mods or whatever. If we have to... Oh, there's so much digesting. Yeah, these are... Oh, so... A lot of carrots. Green beans. There's a green bean. 8 acres. Wow, the yields on green beans is pretty low compared to like carrots. Yeah, look at that difference. 7.6 acres, 380,000 liters of carrots. Then you have 7.9 acres, only 42,000 liters of green beans. So green beans, as far as yield goes, if we look at the price, right? Yeah, green beans are worth more, but the yield is like a tenth that of carrots. And carrots are worth, or could be worth, close to 450 versus 345. So, and then red beets, we compare red beets and carrots, 345, 368. I don't know what the yield of red beets would be. So we do have some red beet fields. This has been harvested. This hasn't. So 4 acres, 143,000. So divide that's about 30,000 liters per acre. So 30,000 liters per acre, because it's 143 divided by 4, which would be 3, 2, it would be 33,000. Okay. And then if we look at carrots, here. This has got 15 acres, 15 and a half. That's 855 pounds. 855 divided by 55,000. The carrots right now way better in terms of yield and value. So I think definitely once the barley fields turn over, right? Why does this only say it's 50%? Yeah, it's only 50%. We're gonna have to fertilize this field. That's fine.
$103 to plow, yeah?
Yeah, 103 to plow.
Yep.
All right, let me give the vehicle back. Return. Potato header we own. This one, no. Lizard, Titan, no. There. Return this. Titan trailer we own. This wagon, we were gonna I want to return that too, but the Pro Bale, I think we're gonna return this. When we need to bale again, I'm hoping to have enough money to buy baler. Even though we're not really baling, we don't really need to do any baling. First field, I want to buy this, but I think this would be too expensive. This is a weeder. We're definitely going to need a weeder. So I'm going to hold on to this for another month. Because I think the next month this is going to grow weeds. Crashing so far. Okay. Again, are you trying to use my version from the Google Drive? Or are you trying to use another version that you downloaded? Because obviously we're able to get it to work. So the fact that it's crashing, my interest would be like, why? What error is it giving? What's the crash? Do I have to hit this key? I'm seeing rocks. What level of rocks? Okay, just yellow. And you see these little like voids? There's like this void going through here. There's a weird bug. There's a weird thing with the rock, the way that it generates. I haven't quite figured out why. Oh my god. Why? Game. Why? Every time I hit 3 as cruise control. What a waste. Every time I hit 3 to hit cruise control, it disables my GPS line. It's so effing frustrating. Why? Oh man, I'm gonna plow right into this goddamn plant. Suppose I could. Up this sidewalk. Because it should, the label of the map should have an FG in it. If it's customized by me, I put an FG in the name. So you'd see like, you know, US FlatLands 4X FG or something like that. Is there a single square missing over here? Am I seeing that right? Okay. But yeah, I would have to know what the crash is. If it's it shouldn't be crashing, like, unless your computer just can't handle a 4X map. I mean, you need a pretty decent machine to go beyond the base game size. So, yeah. If you wanna, once you drop the plow over there, because I need to plow and create the fields over on the other side before we do anything else.
All right, okay, I'll leave it here.
But come back with the tractor and get on that planter and plant this field with the barley. The liming is done, so should be good to go. But yeah, I need to plow. All right, now for the quickie. Why is that a glitch? See, this thing just floats right through things. This is why I spent a long time editing this. Yeah, these just float right. What reason I did. All right. Oh, I need a front weight on this. Wow. This plow is heavy. Yeah, I'd be if you get that you get the crash again. I would be interested to know like what it was, like what the crash was from the log file. So yeah, it really shouldn't be crashing. Probably. Hey, Austin, I know. I saw your. I just remembered that I saw it. Trying to concentrate with my plow. Big race for corner and good to go. Excellent. That's a pretty damn good corner right there. I do say so's my sale. Right. Hold this beast. Oh my god, I really get it. How come you haven't told me to get a front weight for this? God damn, this thing is got a
I
fat.
manage without it,
This thing has got a fat ass.
but I don't lift it much.
Yeah, when I'm creating fields, I have to lift it all the time, because otherwise it would get messy. See how sporadic the stones are? Like, it's almost not worth doing stone, which is why on the I'm hoping on the Huron map we're gonna be pretty crazy. How did I miss a tough grass? How is that possible? But yeah, the latest version of the plow that we're using, the SM82 72, I just uploaded that this morning. Fixes some log file errors. It ensures that the wheels actually turn. You can see the wheels should be spinning. I removed the wheels and didn't. There's a lot of things that depend on those wheels. Like I'm sliding on ice. There's just so much weight back. I need to grip. Don't think I need Create Fields anymore. Yeah, see, even my Create Fields hotkey is out. Oh. What's nice about the VCA, what I like about it, is when I get to the end of the row, I just hit like Alt-D, and it swaps to the next row, automatically turns. It's just, I know that there's another mod called like Enhanced Vehicle or something, but I'm not familiar with it, so I looked for VCA, Vehicle Control Add-on, and that's what I started. Because I was used to it in FS22. We're gonna be able to do that whole row. Should tiny single square tuft of grass that's still open. Super frustrating. Not really sure how it survived. Field. Would not load. Okay, so the field I just plowed, we need to lime the whole field. Let me round those corners really quick. Construction. Just because. Yeah, if you can give me like an error or a log, you know, post the log in the Discord or something of what error you might be getting in the log file, like why it's not loading. I can look at it. Yeah, we're obviously using it, so. Curious to know why it's not working. Okay, we need to lime the field I just plowed. Let's see, fertilization level. Yeah, let's find the fertilization. Once we plant it, it'll be max fertilized. But we need to lime the whole thing so it's all reset. One. So, you want to lime it or plant it? He went on break. So let me do the lime.
No, I just muted myself. I was eating some melon.
Oh. You want to lime or plant?
You go ahead and lime it. I was thinking of going out for a break. Anyway, so I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Oh. But mine loaded. Oh, Jesus. Should know better than put this away. Yeah, again, I fix quite a lot of stuff. When the maps that I upload, I don't just download them and then re-upload them. I go through them. For one, I go through all the placeables and rebalance all the placeables. I go through the vehicles they add and rebalance all the vehicles that the map might add. Because a lot of maps define their own vehicle. And then I run the map through the test run. And fix some of the, you know, I don't go through everything. There's a lot of, oh my god, there's so much stuff on there. I can't imagine the nightmare of getting maps to pass Giant's testing process. Like, I don't know how rigorous they are on that, but I know on this map there was a ton of clip distances that were not set that I went through. I mean, dozens of them. All the lights and other various like texture issues. There's just a lot of little things. And the Huron map is even, you know, it's a 16x map, so it's 4 times the amount of gubbins I have to go through. It's gonna take me so long to go through and set all the clip distance stuff properly, because my God, are there a lot of them. I'm half tempted to write a little utility like in C#, because the XML, right, the test loader, it dumps out an XML of all of the errors, right? So you can create a utility that loads that XML, parses all of the errors, and then batch fixes all the errors. That would be glorious. I'm sure the community would just rejoice at a utility like that, because it literally tells you in the XML exactly how to fix the error, right? It says, like, let's talk about a texture. So it's like, this texture reference in these i3D files can be remapped to this base game texture. And then once you do that, you can go to the i3D files and then remove, or the directory, and then remove the files. Like, you could literally automate all of that. Let's do 30. That might not. So yeah, you could automate all of that. You could just have a utility load the XML file from the test runner. The utility would process it, batch create all the jobs to go through and, you know, go through each of the files and edit and tweak. And you could even have it delete the files if you wanted to. Like, you'd have to have a pretty high trust system. Wow, that used half of this thing's worth of just for that field? That's crazy.
Epic. So what do you want to plant on it?
We're gonna do the same thing. Barley.
Same thing? You know,
Yeah. Plenty of fertilizer. Oh, we grab some more ground. Buy some. How much would that? These carrots that we have in here. Funny, I picked the orange color for this just to differentiate from mountain, and it's literally full of carrots. So it's like, do the carrots give it the color? No, it's carrots. All right. Yeah, we've got 119, 103, these two here. We got 95. Now we have a couple up here. We have 60 and 58, but like I want to buy all of these in this this entire section and just plow all these together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different fields. And then even maybe merge that with 51. But that's a later. Get up. Every time. Without fail. Oh. It's time to move around? No, it's not. Not. What category? Animal. Quit nosing. Died out. Too adorable pair. Yeah, all these FG, like FG oil ones, these are all come with the map, customized. I go through. But I thought for sure there was an animal. But I don't know what category. Usually those are things. You can't plop down a vehicle. Be an animal. Lap goblin. Thoroughly covered with cat hair. So now it's job done. Okay, let's go here. right, job done. Excellent work.
Yep. Done.
Right, biggest thing.
We'll leave those contracts or.
Oh. Let me
Okay.
buy. I'm gonna purchase a. Wait.
What? Where 85.
Whoa. Parsnips, ready to harvest. Is there. Field 1. And she's back. take that phantom collision. Zero. Got a doctor's appointment Thursday. Probably have enough time to do like one more contract. Maybe that sewing contract is still there. But you don't want to do too many more. Just want to sleep past time.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a big.
Yeah, I don't think there's any point in starting another one.
But yeah, I'm only halfway through this field. It's going to take me a little bit.
That's alright. That's alright. Okay, another quick break. I'll be back shortly.
Ready?
That's good timing. I saw you park. What?
John Farm, welcome to the channel. Thanks for the sub. Okay. Looks like we are. Yeah. This is the first time we've ever had more than 1 month or more than 1 day in a month. So. Man, I could not imagine like doing like a legit like 30 days. I don't even know if the game can go that high. That would be nuts. You'd have so much time to do contracts. You literally work the whole map every month, just every contract. But do we like? Kind of want to. Oh, that plowing contract's pretty good. 43 grand for that. That might be worthwhile. Cultivating 170. It's saying its estimated time is 2 hours. Nope.
It won't be.
I mean, it would be if we used this equipment. If we used like this stuff, it would take that long. Because cultivating, I think that cultivator 6 miles an hour or something like that. It's bad.
Yep.
So yeah, if we want to do the plowing, knock that out. We got to. Ooh, thick fog up in here. Back it up. I don't know what the hell that was all about. It says nearest waypoint, and I was literally right underneath the first waypoint, and it was just like, nope. Perfectly lined up for it. I don't know where it was going. Lower the fucking tool. Seriously. You don't detect that you have a cultivator attached to you? I want to see what it does. I was trying to drive across the whole map. Put the thing down. That was weird. But did that. Just sit there. I already did that up on this field up here, so I don't want to do it again. Let's turn off this. quick file break. Be right back. All right. Oh, both these fields are ready to harvest. What's this? Sorghum. 264,000 acres. And sorghum. Another 91,000. All 90 liters total of sorghum. Huh. So it's like 550 times. Yeah, I made the grain, like the grain prices. If you're thinking like, wow, the grain price is cheap, like I balance them off real world value. Like, the one thing about the game though, they did the yields right, or most of the yields, or within the margin of error. I mean, right is depends on region and all that, but. So the yields, as far as the acres of a field, if we look at this field, 40 acres, that amount, right, 291,000 liters is a reasonable expectation from 40 acres. And then I calculated, or that I put in the, an accurate value of the sorghum per liter. Literally no crop is sold by the liter that I've been able to find. So the fact that the base game, everything is by the liter, it's just annoying because crops are by weight, not by volume. Which is why they want a narrow range of, or a maximum moisture content, because higher moisture would be heavier grain, which, right, so they would pay more for the same amount if it's 16% moisture versus 13%. There's that difference. But nothing is sold by weight or by volume. Everything is sold by weight. So it's a rough calculation in terms of how to convert them. But the issue with the game, even though the acres, right, the volume per acre that you get, volume per liter, and then the value per liter. But the biggest catch is the size of the field. These are tiny. Tiny fields. Compared to what like actual farms do. So a mile by a mile is, I want to say it's 640 acres. I can't remember. How many acres are in a square 640, yeah. I knew it was. So a square mile is 640 acres. And 1 mile in kilometers is 1.6. So a base game map is 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers, which is a little over a mile. Right? So if we take a half of this map, and this, it doesn't divide it very well. It's not here. It's more like right here. And then to the middle point here and on across. So this up to here, this quarter of the map would be like 2 and 24. So 2.048 kilometers, which is a base game map, is 1.27 miles. So it'd be a little over 640 acres. It would be about 25%. No. 1.27. Yeah, it would be 640 acres. So I'm guessing it would be right around 850 acres for a base game map. Now, if you add it up, all of the fields, do we get close to that number? That's the question. I haven't seen a map where the entire map is one field. So I don't know how the game does that. But, I mean, 640 acres, that's a big field. Is a reasonably sized field. You know, that's one of those, like, you put 3 combines on it, and you may get it harvested in 2 days. Maybe 3. Like, it's a really good day on a combine. Like, a really good day. If you're able to cruise through a crop, you're able to do 200 max acres a day in a single combine. Like, that is... But you would not be... Any time a crop is really good, if you're pulling in really good amounts of crop, you're going to slow way down because it's just, the machine is just not going to be able to keep up. So the game, the sizes of the fields is really what dictates how much value you get. And there's a really fine line between making like realistic sized fields and then what people will tolerate. Because a realistic sized field, I mean, we're talking days to harvest in real time. Like, it's massive. So it's kind of abstracted in that way, where the size of the field. But they didn't adjust the yields for that, right? If they anticipate, well, let's work backwards from it. So how would you balance then the yields working backwards? Is it reasonable to assume that harvesting, if let's say we're doing we're shooting and we're just, I'm kind of throwing out numbers out there. So I'm looking, it'd be interesting to know any feedback. Anybody out there who has an idea about this stuff, or who has an idea of like how to balance it. But let's say you're shooting for 100 acres to harvest in a day. That a player reasonably, it could be assumed. I don't know why this thing is all jittery pokery. It does not like running back. That a reasonable player should expect to be able to harvest 100 acres in a single play session, or basically a day, right? An in-game day at 1x speed. Or like, I don't know how you would balance it, because at 1x speed, it's 24 hours. You could sit in the game for 24 hours, and a day would go. So is that reason? I don't know. Like, players for this game run the whole spectrum. And in a mega farm and a giant map, like a 16x map, you're running at 0.5 speed because there's just so much to do. Because again, on regular farms, you might have, 5, 6, 7 helpers on a big farm, right? You might have a hired hand. So what would be a reasonable balance if the size of the map in the fields can't be changed, which, let's face it, the size of the fields are the size of the field. How the game reflects that is irrelevant because the grid is per meter. So the variables that we have access to is yield per square meter. Okay. That is a variable that I can change. So, what then, in a field like we're doing right now, what would be the reasonable size of this field if you projected this into the real world, right? And the game reflects this as 40 acres, 39.4 acres. Okay, I'm sure if you rounded or put that corner in, it would be better, but 40 acres. Well, a farmer, like, 40 acres is nothing, right? Most farmers, like, there's one farmer I watch, they do, they planted like 1,200 acres of potatoes, and it took them 2 weeks to plant that, right? I mean, they were in the field all day, every day, sun up to sundown, planting potatoes for like a week and a half to plant the 1,200 acres. And then harvest is 2.5 to pull all that in. So realistically, like 1,200 acres is a monster with a super labor intensive crop. If it's wheat, it's a little less. But I don't, like, when I was balancing all the fill types and the fruit types and all of that, like, I wasn't quite sure where the sweet spot was. Because obviously when we harvested, like, some of the spinach and the carrots we got a crazy amount of. But to me, it just felt like there's something slightly off with the balance. Just slightly. It's not anything big. But when I set all the values for all the crops to be realistic, like, what are the real world values of these crops? Selling an entire harvest of a field, like when we did those parsnips, we got like 34 grand for all like 300,000 liters of parsnip. Because again, those are realistic values per liter. So is that realistic in terms of, or is that good in terms of balance? Harvesting an entire field of parsnip. Wow. Another contract. Nice.
It was a quick one.
Just knocking them out. Yeah, I want to try to find a good like a good balance between like grind, like actual effort, and reward in terms of like how long it. Because this is our third stream, and we're kind of we're in the dawn of the mega farm. We've got several fields now planted. We've even been able to buy a couple fields side by side and merge them. And the barley is going to take some time. And I know a lot of players, let's just skip. They don't even worry about contracts. Let's just skip ahead to like harvest. Like, we got shit to do. I may do that for my little experimental series of just skipping time because, you know, people want to get to farming. Contracts are nice. And certainly if you have, like, if you're pulling in a harvest and you have equipment that's just sitting around not doing anything, you know, throw that into a contract. Right? You know, up until this point, contracts were our primary source of income. But as we get more and more farms, I think that contracts can be done if we have equipment to spare. But we're a ways from that because we would have to have a bunch of tractors to spare. Because if we're pulling in a harvest, we're going to need a tractor for, you know, a wagon. We're going to need a harvester. And we might have another tractor or two that's just sitting around, and that we could do cultivation. But certainly, with our finite number of fields, during harvest season, once we have our crops in, once we've harvested what we have, then we could certainly do harvesting. Because then it's like, oh, we've got the harvester, it's just sitting in the garage, it's not doing anything, let's put it to work and make some money. And then, you know, all we need to pay for is fuel and repair. But the harvesters are not cheap. So even getting that point is going to take some serious savings. And that root harvester was nuts. But now that we're starting to own our own equipment, like, we're able to keep a lot more. And certainly the next two big purchases that I want to make sure that we do are the tractors themselves, which are not cheap. But there are, right now, our biggest expense. But again, we're going to need a harvester when the barley harvest is coming in. So we're not going to really have a lot of contracts to do. What is this guy doing? Cool. Yeah, rounded corners. But we're probably going to need to save up for our harvest. So we still have some contract stuff to do, trying to get up to a harvester. Because a harvester and just bringing the barley. we're 2/3 of the way of affording a harvester already, so we're nearly there. Especially if we do some more of these big fields. These are nice. You could probably knock out that 163 fertilizing.
Alrighty.
We have enough. We have plenty of fertilizer now, so we can
Yeah.
put that to use and make a little money back. Helps pay for the fertilizer.
Yep.
We could also sell the fertilizer, but I want to make I'd rather wait and make liquid fertilizer so we can use the sprayer. I really want to get that Patriot sprayer because that's one of my mods and I love it. I actually got it to work. Whoa. What in the world?
One button. Hire workers. While driving? No. One, 6, 3, that one.
Baling. It's round. I mean, that's still 29 grand, but that would be a slow baler. So, do we buy? Yeah, I know I was trying to save money, but with one of these, we can do more contracts. And we can do them faster. And that's me. That's the important thing. How fast we is. Yeah, cruising 6 miles an hour in a field. It's not really engaging for people who are watching. At least, I don't think so. If you would rather watch me creeping through a field at 6 miles an hour, doing all these jobs, by all means, let me know. If an entire episode is just me just chilling in a field, this way? 91. There it is. Right across the street. Or no, that's... Yeah. That's literally... Interesting. That was a sorghum field. So it was just instantly harvested? That was nice. Yeah, that was the field I was in. Okay. Pretty sure we're at 10 meters. What? Oh. No. Not. I really wish this was standing. Apparently not. That's lined up, but that's way off. Okay. 12. Like 12 it is. Now, before, I would actually steal all these bales. But I learned that the contract actually, every bale has an ID. So every bale you create has an ID number. And the contract tracks all of them, right? It has a reference to every single one of those bales. Because when you hand in the contract, it then deletes all of those bales, right? So if you steal them, that ID no longer exists, which is a problem. It throws a Lua exception in the log file for every single bale. Every single bale throws a Lua exception. And when that happens, it tends to it doesn't corrupt the world at all. I don't think it does that. But Lua can start misbehaving, right? Because you throw so many exceptions. Like the Lua game state can get kind of foobarred. So I basically stopped stealing the bales, which was sad because I like stealing. But I'm doing this at 30 miles an hour. Could you imagine doing this at 6? Like, how long? It would definitely take 2 hours. Doing this at like 6 miles an hour. As I do this one contract, Z would be able to like pop out quite a few. You could tackle. I think there's another sowing contract. You could probably do that. Although, before you do that, look up to our planner and make sure you can plant rye, because I think that was requiring rye. And just double check to make sure we can do that, because I'd hate to get that contract and be like, oh shit, we don't have a planner to do rye.
Yeah. We'll finish this one. Yep, it can plant it.
Oh, good. Yeah. I vaguely remembered buying the one that could, because there's two different ones. Unrealistic one could. Sure. Ooh, boy, that was close. Like, we literally had 10 feet of windrow left.
Yep.
For bailing. It was right on the edge. Usually you have bigger margin of error. Wow.
Yeah, I noticed that on one of the fields I did on Wednesday as well. Mainly.
Still haven't custom. Got this because I thought it was a wider swath than this one, but it's not. This one's even faster. Like base game better. And no, I'm not invisible roller. It's just nope. the one thing we could try with the barley fields is, rather than harvest it with the combine, you swath it with this Macdon. And there's a mod now that allows you to swath it. But you get a bonus yield when you swath them first, and then you pick them up like this. There's a bonus to it. But this is 7 miles an hour. So even if we had unrealistic combine, we'd only be able to run 7 miles an hour with this, which is fine. I mean, I'm not complaining about it. Just, yeah, why did the Colossus not? Not that I'm complaining, but literally every other harvester is over twice as expensive. Every other harvester in the same class is just so much more expensive than the Colossus one. God, look at that. $740,000 for this.
Did the contracts reset?
I cleared them. Yeah.
Okay.
So they'd regenerate.
Yep.
Spring. I think we should sleep another month.
Yep.
See what tomorrow brings. Okay, now look at this. We need medium. How do the weeds jump to medium? They were growing and then boom, medium. So we need a hoe. Who doesn't, right? What classifies as a hoe?
I only see one thing that classifies as a hoe.
Is it marked as a hoe? Like what is it? What category?
It's the putting a rotocare V. It's under weeders.
Ah,
But it's the only one that says it's a home. The other one says weeders.
okay. Pottinger. Literally no options. So.
Yeah. And all the other ones says small weeds.
Yeah.
They don't mention medium.
Well, let me go grab that.
And I'm looking out for some air again. I'll be right back. While waiting for the contracts, may as well.
Yep. $150. I could not imagine spending $150. Filling my car up is like $20. It's working. Not sure how. We're ready to fertilize this field after I get done with this.
Yep.
I wonder how this, like in the real world, I wonder how this thing works. How does it weed, but not damage the actual crop? Like,
No idea.
see. So the strip, you want to center yourself and then reduce the spread. Control Z reduces the width, but you want to center yourself in the gap that's left over.
I'm not sure if I can even see that. If I could only see it, that would be great.
Yeah, it is very, very hard to see once it starts growing.
Yeah.
You can get a good idea. I mean, just ballpark it. Doesn't really...
18 meters, I think that's 15. Where is that?
But you're not even... If you look at your mini-map, or if you hit M,
Yep.
you can see where you are, and you can see where the light strip is in the field. If you go to the soil composition tab, you can see where the strip is, and that way you'd have a much easier time going forward, like figuring out what's done and not done.
Your guesswork. Well, we'll see.
I mean, it's not the end of the world if it's off. It's just, I try to, even though you could, cheese it and all that kind of stuff, I still try to, do a decent job. Kind of treat it like I would if I owned the farm. Like,
Here they would have tram lights. So tracks for where the wheels go, so they know where to spray. So you don't plant in the tram lights.
Oh.
We're still picking. Jeez.
Oh, we have a stone picker. Woo.
Yep.
And sometimes when we get a stone picking mission, it just gives us the mission right away. And once in a while, it'll just like you start mission and it's boom, it's done. It's like, oh, sweet.
There.
Yeah, there's a ton of harvest-ready fields. So I don't know why it's taken so long to generate missions. 'Cause there's a ton of fields out here. Like, look at that. 38, 39, 40, and 41 are all ready to go. And 37. Like, all those. Go! Now, granted, I removed a bunch of contracts. But 85. What? Why is that 85? I think, didn't I lime this? I must not have limed this. Ha. A contract generated to harvest some soybean in the sell location is actually the sell everything thing.
Oh,
Oh, that's funny. Like, oh, sell it here. Eat. Control. Close. Alright, I'm gonna turn that off for a little while. Let me know if anybody wants it back on. Alright. Oh yeah. As soon as that stone picking is done, we'll probably fast forward again, sleep again. God, should I? I'm pondering whether to go back to 1 day month. The other thing is, another thing is, if somebody has experience with this, like custom harvesting or custom field work, like what's the going rate, right? Like in terms of like these contracts, are these contracts realistic? I mean, if you were fertilizing 7.8 acres, which is ridiculous how small that is, but if you were fertilizing that as a contract, what would that pay? Harvesting might be a little bit better in terms of if you get the balance, like if you take the acreage and the harvest value and you see if that's like in line. Let's do a quick search. I just want to look. What is roughly the per acre, spell acre right, per acre cost to harvest a field using a custom harvesting course. I mean, there's going to be a major variability here. Wow. Okay. So, way off. There's definitely a multiplier on this. So harvesting corn in Iowa, complete harvesting, combine, grain cart, haul to farm, averages $71.95 an acre. So, I mean, that is the highest return that's on here. The results. It has a wide range, $34 to $72 an acre for corn, $40 to $68 an acre for soybeans, $35 to $51 for other small grains. So even at the top end of $72 an acre, this field is 17 acres. So realistically, a custom harvest contract, 72 times 17, would yield $1,200. So the fact that that contract is 17,000 means that there is at least a 2.5 multiplier. Or no. A 10 times 10.5. Even more. It's like a 15x multiplier for the contract value. So, like I said, the game's fields are really small. So, they had to adjust. They had to balance the size of the field with, like, how much money it was. Like, so they basically said that the fields are reporting, right? So that 80, like field 80 is reporting as 25 acres. But it's not actually 25 acres. Right? The game is treating that like it's like, I don't know, 17. Let's see, what's that contract again? 17, so that's field 80. So if we then reversed backwards and we went 17,168, and again, best case scenario was $72 an acre. We divide that by 72. That is actually simulating that as about 240 acres. Right? Not 17. So so it's simulating basically like a 2.5x acreage, or 20, no, not 2.5, 25x, because you take 17 times 25. No, not that. I mean, 17 times 20 would probably, no, 17 times 10, 15. Yeah. So there's a 15x. Basically, the game is treating that these fields are actually 15 times bigger than they are. Right? Ooh, I gotta start writing this shit down. This is really interesting. Because this could dramatically impact like the Huron County map that I'm working on. It's gonna be my coup de grace, like it's gonna be my magnum opus map. So field size 15x. Okay. So the problem here is then the contract value is treating the field as 15 times larger than it is. Right? So now, how does that translate? If the contract is 15 times, why then isn't the harvest yield 15x? Why isn't the game balanced behind that? If you're simulating the fields are 15 times bigger because you have to, right? Why then is the size of the field in this interface not reporting that? When I click on that field 80, why is the game not reporting that field as actually 250 acres? Right? If you're obfuscating the math behind the scenes, why not just show to the user that the field itself is 250 acres? That you're taking that 16.97 and you're just multiplying it by 15. Right? And that would start changing things. And then the yields of the crop this is where I think it's kind of breaking down. Is let's then run the numbers on this exact field with soybeans. So we then take. I hate that the game minimizes. It minimizes itself when I click off the menu. Factorio doesn't do that. I can click off of Factorio and it's still in my screen. But this game minimizes itself. You don't see it minimized, but I do. So soybeans, 17. Okay. What would the expected yield be for soybeans on a field that is 17 acres? It's such a tiny field. 17 acres. We just got to do a whole bunch of gubbins. Iowa, the 2024 yield was roughly 60 bushels per acre. So, yield totals in liters, please. I'm using Grok, by the way. Okay. So the expected yield for 17 acres would be, in Iowa, it's 35 liters per bushel, and it's roughly 1,000 bushels. So it's 35, almost 36,000 liters. Okay. So the expected yield on this is actually high for 17 acres, because the liters on this, I mean, Indiana maxes at 37,000, and this wants 55,009. So let's travel to field 80. This is fascinating to me, like trying to pick apart how the game does this. So this is estimating just shy of 60,000 liters. I don't know why I have the hiccups, but it's really bothering me. So just shy of 60,000 liters. So this is almost double. It's so close. It's almost double what it would be in the real world for 17 acres. But again, the contract is simulating the size of the field that's 15 times larger than it to get the contract. So would the balance work? Right? If you used a realistic yield for the size of the field that it's saying it is. Because using the Iowa numbers, harvesting it, like, you would get roughly 10 grand for 1,000 bushels. I mean, it's almost exactly $10 a bushel. Right? So you get 10 grand total income from the field at this site. The contract is paying you 17, right? So the amount of grain or the amount of product on a field is out of line. There's a weird balance to the field, or there's a weird balance to this game. And what I really would try to do is to see if it's viable. Because if it's not viable, then it's all moot, right? It's a moot point. or a moo point, as Joey would say. So would it be viable if I rebalanced the Huron map? Because, you know, the fields in that map are going to be big. But if I balanced the yields of the fields, or the yields of the crop, around that 15x, because I've already balanced the value of the crop per liter, right? What I haven't done is gone through and balanced the yields of all of the crops, right? Because when I do it in the game, when I was checking some of the values in some of the previous streams, when we would harvest, you know, 15 acres or 20 acres or whatever it was, I would compare that value, the amount that we would get, I would compare it to real world yield, and it was within a margin of error, right? It was worked. Soybeans, however, were nearly double, but we have that 92% yield bonus, which I think is what's putting us over that edge. If we got rid of that yield bonus, I bet you the harvest would be damn near in line with the values I'm seeing. So right now, the game is balanced in a way where the contracts are actually worth 15 times more per acre than they should be. The yields, however, are accurate per acre, right? So that heavily favors just doing contract. Because if you plant a field and you're getting the amount of stuff off of it that is like accurate, and then you're selling it at market price, and that's what I've balanced. And that's one of the reasons why this question came into my mind, because once I've balanced the value of the crops to be realistic, then the harvests were like, Jesus, this is no money at all. We were selling, 50,000, 60,000 liters, or the parsnips, 300,000 liters of parsnips, we were selling for like 36 grand. Like what? Because I have reduced the value of those based on real world per liter value. But the way the game was simulating, or the way the game was balanced, was the yields were right, the size of the fields were right, I guess, based on the meters dimensions. You take, because the game, the squares are meters, so you take however many meters long and meters wide, and there you go, you have your field size. So that was accurate. But then the value of the crops was higher, and then the contracts were way inflated. So that really does encourage just contract, because if you can just do you just hop into a field, you harvest it, and you get 17 grand for it. You're not planting it, you're not fertilizing it, you're not doing any of that. You're just harvesting it and getting a big harvest income. So I don't know, what would people want? There's two different ways to rebalance. Either make contracts worth less, literally divide contract value by 50. But that increases the grind a lot. There's a massive increase in the grind. Or do you increase yield to reflect what the contract is actually worth? But that inflates the increasing the yields breaks the fundamental part of the contract or the game with the size of the field. Right? The size of the field would stay constant. Unless you somehow edited. Oh, of course, you have to do an autosave when I do this. Unless you changed this interface. Right? Unless you changed the size and you just multiply that value by 15. Oh, he's getting done. Oh, he's got a little strip left. Oh, he'll probably get done before he has to do that. Although the stone would be nice.
Well,
It's free
yeah,
line.
it is.
So I don't like. The two ways to balance it would be editing the yields, basically multiplying the yields by 15, which would be insane how much you would get off of the field. Like, if I kept the value of the crop the same, but increased the yields, that, like, you would get an unholy amount of product off of a field. Because, like, corn itself, if I balance the yields off of real-world values and then multiply it, if I took the real-world yield, multiplied by 15, and that's your yield, like, all you would ever plant would be corn. Because corn, the yield of corn is extremely high. But, like, game balance is such a hard thing to nail down. The devs have done a really good job of having a balance of like product and yields and stuff like that. Because I think that yield bonus is on top of what is set in the file. So if you didn't do a damn thing to the fields, if you didn't fertilize, if you didn't, weed, if you didn't do anything, and you just got 0% yield bonus, I think that is what is in the file. Right? In the per square meter, like yield per square meter. I think that's that value. And then the yield bonus of 95 is just taking that, multiplying it by 1.95, and giving you that instead. And it's that calculation, by the way, is done for every square meter you get. Right? It's not a total field. It's literally iterating through every square in the field and doing that calculation when you harvest. Right? Which is why you can have little bits and pieces of a field that's this part's not fertilized, that part's got weeds in it. And so every time it harvests, that calculation is then handed over to the combine, which is where you're yielding. So I would resist the urge of increasing yields to that great extent, because that would be insane. I could increase the value of the crop, but that negates the realistic values that I've already balanced, right? Because it's like, so right now, the only frustrating part is just the amount you have to farm in order to make a profit. But I think that's realistic. Farmers, they work season to season. My grandparents, when they owned a farm, they had 2 really hard seasons, and they lost the farm. They had to auction it. That's all it took. Two tough seasons. They had a dry year, and the very next year they got hailed out. One of their crops got hailed on, and that was it. They had to auction off the farm. They lost it. So farming is not a massively profitable enterprise to begin with. So right now, like, I don't mind the balance. I might bump in the Huron map. Yeah, see, the Huron map, there's going to be some really big ass fields. Like, they're going to be huge. So I might bump the value of the crops up a little bit when I go through the files again. I might increase the value a bit, not by 15x. I assure you, that's not going to happen. Because I still want to encourage productions. But it would be nice, like when when our barley harvest comes in, it would be nice to earn enough money to actually get something done, right? To be able to afford some more land, or another piece of equipment or something like that. It would be really nice to be able to move forward a little bit on that. And then the more plots of land we have, and the more that we start merging, we're going to be able to have bigger and bigger fields, which, the yields will hopefully be good. Balancing this map, the sun is set on that. We can't do that unless we start it again. Like when you change something low level like that, like the fill types, or the fruit yields, or the values of stuff, it doesn't get really reflected in a save because those files are basically carried over. Because every time you sleep, they're kind of randomized. Oh, fine. Now they actually start spitting out. Oh, there's our first cotton. Cotton itself is actually pretty valuable. Yeah, cotton itself is pretty valuable. But, like, every single one of these pieces of equipment is different, and we would have to... Yeah, this cotton harvester, by the way, unbelievably expensive. That Case IH cotton baler is just nuts how expensive that thing is. Ooh, 48 grand for cultivating. God, should we do it? That's a lot. It's a big field, 51 acres. What I was going to say, what I could do is just get another, like, we could both tackle it. But I would have to either lease or buy another cultivator. That's a big field. 51 acres compared to all these other ones. Yeah. I did harvest field 3. That's a beast. 106 acres. That's one of the biggest, I think, on the map, if not the biggest. Yeah, I think it's the biggest. We probably have time. Well, yeah, I don't know. Like, if we both tackled it, we'd definitely be able to hammer it out fast, but I don't know if it's worth leasing another one of those cultivators, because that might just crush the profitability of that contract. Yeah. I mean, it's $120,000 to buy, and it's a $48,000 contract. So, and then leasing it would be probably $4 grand or something like that. I definitely would like. I would like that money. Because we need to start saving for a harvester.
Yep.
What I could do is just put a worker. And let's cultivating, accept. As far as the harvesting, God, I wish. What's rough about the harvesting is they're all 3 different types, so we can't daisy chain them together, which is I enjoy doing that. Doing like 5 contracts and putting all of the hours on one poor farmer's machine. It's just like, you imagine the farmer being like, what? It's 10 acres and you were gone for 26 hours and there's... Should have taken you half an hour and there's 13 hours on my equipment. But the cotton one might be worthwhile because that... I mean, it would, if we could afford a cotton field, like a decent size one, and harvested the whole and got to keep all of it, that would be very lucrative. But we would have to lease the harvester, which would be, whew, that would be probably 15 grand. Every once in a while, the back end of this flies up, bounces. All right, worker is a go. I mean, yeah, I'll pay $1,200 for the worker to work the field, but I'd rather do that than sit here for another half an hour. And I have to use Courseplay because normal AI workers are limited in this fast. Anything else out there we could dip our toes into? Yeah. I mean, we only get to keep 2,700 liters. That's probably $3,000. So you add another $3,000 to this, but then the lease cost is $1,000, so we're actually $2,000. So would be nice. 131. In here somewhere. Down here. There it is. Yeah, that's a $250,000 field. We ain't buying that anytime soon. Only 102,000. That's like $90,000. And there is that costs 300 something thousand. Yeah, gone.
I'll be right back.
With the balance that I have, can't buy a field, harvest. You like, it's you have to have a lot of capital to be able to buy and sell land like that. It's not as lucrative of buying a plot of land, harvesting it, selling, and then selling the land. You can still do it. It takes a lot of capital to be able to do that. These are not cheap, even with the discount. Like that's $600,000 for that plot there. This is 145,000 of cotton, which is 145 times that. That's $143,000 of cotton. This, which costs 600,000. Now I don't know. Once you harvest it, let's say we take out a huge loan. We buy the field. We lease the harvester. We harvest the whole thing. We sell the $145,000 worth of cotton, and then we turn around to sell the field. I don't know if the field reduces in value when we sell it. We could test. That's 28,000 liters. That's insanely tiny. That would be 100. 209. could buy that, harvest it, get the minuscule amount of green beans off of it. 28,000. Is 453. 12 grand. I wish I would have written down how much these cost when I bought them. Soybeans are ready. Oh, pathetic amount of soybeans. We would have to lease a harvester, and I really don't want to do that. See if there's another field we might be able to do that. Well, we can't. Yeah, we can't really do it because we'd have to lease a harvester of some kind, and if we look at harvesters for, say, cotton, right? These are not cheap. $485,000 is actually cheap compared to. Not sure why that's so much less expensive than this one. It's almost like they balanced some prices and then some they just didn't. $20 grand. $20 grand to lease it. Better be damn sure if you spend that kind of money. See if any other contracts. No other cotton-based contracts popped up. We can't. If we lease that, we can't really afford. I mean, maybe 20 grand. We barely be able to get 52. I think. What I'm talking about, Z, is if we buy a field at a discount, right? So 52 we would get at a discount. We'd spend 120,000. We'd buy a field 52. We'd harvest it with the $20,000 leased harvester. We'd get 25,000 liters, which translates into roughly $25,000. So literally the cost of the harvester. But then if we turned around and sold the field, would we get full price for the field? Would we get the 200,000 for the field? Or would the field then be reduced price because it doesn't have a crop on it? It would be a very expensive thing to find out. I mean, it's right across the street from the vehicle shop. I think we should just try it, just to see, going forward. It's a super cheesy way to do it, which is why I don't really like it. Just buying the land, harvesting it, and then selling it back. But we have so many discounts with so many people that it's like, what else? Like, I'd love to be able to use those discounts for something.
Mhm.
And then we'd be able to do the contract for the cotton. We'd just be able to do the contract.
Yep.
So let's see. Let's dip our toes.
It's worth a shot. I've never tried it.
I have never tried it either. So let's see. I think if we're gonna do it. We're gonna go all out. And there. Okay. Meters, blah blah blah. This thing is insanely OP. Lease. Then we come out here. Go to 52. Buy. So we're buying at 119. Write that down. CA doesn't really do. This one. Thing is really squirrely. Dang it. One fail. All right, selling these. Oh, ugh. Okay, Cotton is going to go to... I guess... The sell everything thing. Sell everything is silent. You want to... I can take care of that if you want to do the contract with that thing.
Yeah.
Have fun with the swirliness. Try not to have too many swear words. It's yeah, it's not. It turns a lot sharper than you think it does. Like it can turn on a dime. So that's what was squirreling me up a little bit, was how fast it can turn. Okay, so if we then sell the bale. This bale is what? This bale is 6,000. How was the bale trigger so? We can take 52, sell, and we get 199,000. And then we could turn around and buy it right back with the discount, because we have so many contracts that it's every time you finish a contract, it reduces the count by like some number. And so when you have so many contracts, you basically maintain the discount. So we could look at we could just like keep doing this with all of these cotton fields and work our way up to like the big ones, like 152.
Mm-hmm.
Buy that, harvest the whole thing, and then turn around and sell the cotton. And then, so 55 would be 406 minus 6. That's 240. We could do that. We could do 55 next, although he's already going down.
Yep.
So
as well finish the contract.
how about 147? Is 404 minus 125. 55 we could do.
Yeah.
It'd be funny once you're done with that contract, going up and doing 55, turning that around, then doing 147, turning that around, and then doing 152, turning that around, 66, 15. You just bounce. You just take that equipment and you just bounce around and you just resell the land and you're good to go. The thing I should get though is a bale trailer. That would be cotton.
Handy.
Yeah, that would be a lot handier. Hoofing bales one at a time.
Yeah, I thought it would have to go on a trailer. That's why I brought it. Because the contract used the trailer.
Yeah, the trailer was to actually carry the bale. I think. Wasn't it?
I thought it was a regular kind of trailer.
They're usually bale Really wish this thing told you how many bales. I think the 53-foot drop deck, I think that's not many. But we would need a truck to get that anyway. I think this one, because since we're doing round bales, it's a little bit easier on us. We have to lease it. Sorry, but we have to lease it. 90 grand. Would hurt our ability to buy the next field. We're already, well, contracts will help us. But there's sound effects in this map. Drives me crazy when mod author or map authors deal with that. They obviously took this map and just kept the sound effects in that from whatever map they took this from. So I was like, as I was driving here, I was hearing like frogs and stuff, and I was like, what? This. He's down field 31. See? Told you. It's whirling.
Oh yeah. It is.
So Jay, if you're still out there, work. Yeah, that worked. You're definitely right. As I was testing it, you had wrote that thing. Hey, I tested it. What like? Do you have a preferred play style? Do you just do slow and steady and very really? If you don't do anything unrealistic, like what do you like? I never know when I'm balancing mods and when I'm balancing maps, when I'm balancing all this, like I'm never sure what people like. The fact that like the government subsidy cheat sign is always like the #1 most downloaded mod is just like, if that was true, then like over 50% of the people downloading stuff would have to be downloading. Like I don't know what the statistics are, but it's surprising to me. Like I sort of tickle the edge of unrealistic. Like, for example, the cotton harvester, right? Instead of being a 6 meter wide, I put it at 10, right? Because it's, a little extra, just a little bit, makes it easier to maneuver and stuff. It makes it also a little easier on the AI workers. But yeah, for me, like I'd rather have fun, and so my fun is just a little bit unrealistic, not too excessive. But also I've learned I can't just earn millions and millions of dollars right away, nor can I start with that. There was one series I was watching. Where they started the map with $10 million. And I'm like, if you had $10 million, you would not be like, you know what I want? I want to buy a farm. Like, nobody does that. So like, you start the map with 10 million, and they do like, they basically buy all the things. They buy multiple combines, buy multiple trucks, multiple tractors, tons and tons of land, and like they just buy a bunch of stuff, and then they start playing. It's like, what's the goal then? Is the goal specific? Is it to get to a certain amount of money? Is it? I don't know. Well, I don't know what the goal turns into. Look out, deer. So yeah, I'm not really sure if they set goals for themselves when you start with 10 million. Like, what do? You can obviously harvest. They're pulling in millions of dollars in harvest. So it's like, where's the challenge? So again, like, it's a different play style. Like, you do it challenge and to progress, and you start small, and I like the start from scratch. He has a start from scratch version. You literally start with like nothing, and you slowly build up. I like that sense of progress, the sense of accomplishment. I love it. But again, even with that, you eventually have $100 million, and you're like, shit, like, farming is easy. But it's really not. What mod I should do, right? What I should do is introduce a crop insurance. A crop insurance mod, right? Where you have to pay every acre that you plant, you have to insure. If you lose it, you lose it. Like, but you have to pay the crop insurance. Otherwise, you might lose. Let's get ready for him. As soon as you're done, I need to empty out.
Yep.
Whatever fractional bale you have. Let's see, 294,000. See if we can get 147 because we're right near there. Ooh, we're only at 90 or 32% with Noah. Is this a Noah contract? Oh, it's a So 275,000. We're only getting a 32% discount, but I think so. 147 straight west is the next one we're gonna cheese.
Yep.
It's the cheesiest. I should have mac and cheese.
Which one?
So these need to go to the warehouse. I think it's O.
Yeah, I was trying to find it, but it's not in the menu.
You gotta turn it off. B
Okay, B,
O.
O. O.
Let me try it.
No.
Oak bales.
I didn't have the option.
That's weird. Come on.
Good. Huh.
All right. Now we need to go south.
For 7.
Where the hell are we? Okay. Where do we go? What is the unload button?
think it would be I, as usual.
Not. Oh. Why? How in the hell are you supposed to... Excuse me?
Is it not like the bales?
There's no bale trigger over here. There's like literally no bale trigger. I don't know what to do. There's no bale trigger.
Yeah, just to me it looked like it went in a normal trailer. Not as a bale.
Selling station warehouse. Okay, but where? Cotton has always been a bale. So like I made it in FS22, I made it a fill type. For the trailer that I made. But that was not how you were supposed to deal with cotton. Like, bale. So, how are you supposed to sell at this location if there's no actual bale trigger? This is a bug with the map. This is 100% a bug with. There's no bale trigger at this warehouse. So it's what probably happened is I added cotton to this unload spot as a filter, right? So because of that, it's expecting cotton here, but there's no bale trigger. It's expecting the fill type. That's what probably happened. So
Trailer. Okay. Yeah, it was a bale loader.
so I would have to get that. Oh, so we'll leave that. Leave that now. Because yeah, I added if something allowed or something had an unload trigger, I would add cotton to it in anticipation of having the lizard trailer that I updated. But wood and cotton are two different trailers that allow you to just load that material as a fill type, but it requires a really specific trigger to unload it. And a bale trigger, like if you have a trailer, like my box trailer, and I'll show that here. If I purchase cotton, this right here, this is what I'm talking about. This is the mod that I have updated. It's not professional. There's major problems with it, as you can see by the tires. I've not put a lot of time into this, but this cotton trailer, you can, like, you can put 1 million liters of cotton in there, which makes, cotton harvesting giant fields just, it's not as tedious. This is why I did it. But we can go there, right? And do design color there. I don't think rim color does anything. This is not my mod. 82 Studios is the original author of this mod, and what I wanted is, I wanted the wood type, which is, what I've got. And let's see, combinations, crappy. We don't even have enough to buy this dolly. We have to lease the dolly too. All right. Z went west.
Yeah, there's one bale already.
Oh shit. All right, let's see. She's a I know in FS22, the very last map that I was playing, which was my Prairie Flats Extreme map. Extreme. Like I massively increased the yield of cotton. So like, and then I had my modded cotton harvester, which I really want to update that. I love that cotton harvester. I was very proud of all of the work I did in that cotton harvester. It was quite involved. There's a script in there that allowed that. Basically, there was a script override in there, and because it was a script, obviously couldn't use it on consoles. But with the script, the problem with it was able to harvest pretty fast. But the problem with harvesting fast is, as you filled up the tool, as you filled up the harvester, if you were going to like 30 miles an hour and you had this, 10, 20 meter wide swath and you're just cruising, you couldn't stop fast. We are going down here. Zig and then zag. Or we could just go straight down. So what I had to do, because the cotton harvester, or the AI worker, or whatever you want to call it, the GPS system, when it would detect that you were almost full, it would slow the harvester down, and then boom, it would dump it out the back. And this was the old AI worker system, so I don't know how that. But what I did in the script was I had it detect the capacity of what it was doing, and then it was scaling its slowdown timer percent to the capacity. So if you were doing a bale that was like 50,000 liters, it would start slowing down sooner, because it basically assumed that you were like being unrealistic because you had a bale that was 50,000 liters. This is the first time I'm coming up to testing this cotton trailer, by the way. I've tested the wood one. We use the wood one. It works. This cotton one. And I tested the pallet one, too. The pallet version. So there's 3 different versions I have. There's a pallet version, there's a wood version, and then there's a cotton version. The other 2 I've tested and work. So I'm hoping this works. If this doesn't work, we have to cancel the contract. I don't know why. Let's see. Boom. Dump. Haha! It worked! I love it. I love when shit works. Untested for the last. It still works. By the way, my wood version of this, somebody basically copied it without it. Because I did this mod for FS22. So the wood version, now the cotton version. But this cotton version is the only one of its kind. This is my cotton. But when you have like a gigantic field and you don't want to dilly-dally with all the cotton bales, the only catch is the unload trigger for this thing is very specific. You cannot use a bale trigger for this because it's not a bale. A bale trigger is very specific on what it triggers. Alright, let's go grab bales. Problem. Well.
This time it worked.
Now, we got to see. First, let's return. Return that. Then let's sell 400,000. 152. Can we buy it? Ah, almost. Let's do 55. Well, I want to visit these first. Okay, yeah. I want to make sure they're still harvestable. It would suck. It would suck to buy it and be like, God damn it. Okay, so 55. We can buy this.
Mhm.
Take this cotton. And just sell everything. Not even just warehouse. Nope. Not even gonna bother. Warehouse. We want to avoid that at all costs. So 87 is the sell. Yeah, 87 is the sell everything. So I happen to know where that is. I don't need to tag it.
This is a hovercraft.
What?
This is like a hovercraft.
Oh, it's like 3,000 horsepower. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah, my cotton harvester was basically what the Colossus guys did. But I used the square baler version, which I like that one more because the bales are bigger.
Let's see, what does that do?
Yeah, I hate that my help. Come on. Eat the bale. Sell everything. Why, dear God, did you make the bale trigger so small? um, You need an AoE bale trigger. I think what they did is they made a single point, just a single little transform point, the bale trigger, for that sell everything. So I'm gonna have to go in there, and I'm gonna have to edit that goddamn mod again, fix that, because the bale trigger should be a volume, right? It should be a box around, just above that grid. It should be a box, and then the whole thing is a trigger. And if the collision system in the game is pretty straightforward. If this box collides with this box, okay.
This is going slow as it's on the AI.
If you use courseplay, you could edit the speed.
You can?
Yes, but only with courseplay. The
that's
regular
what I use.
base game AIs don't. Can't edit the speed. The courseplay, you bring up the vehicle settings using, I think, Control End, and you can edit the field work
there.
speed limit.
Let's see.
Where did it put me? 191. Oh, I went to the wrong. I meant to go to like 95, not 195. Good lord.
Oh.
I was gonna say, what was that?
I enabled some debug. I don't know. No, I can't adjust the speed here as far as I can see.
You have to turn it into expert mode.
Expert.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah.
Oh, right, okay, there. Global settings, user settings, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
And
Thanks.
and the speed limit is per vehicle. It's not universal. So it's per vehicle. So every time you want the vehicle to go faster, that setting is per vehicle.
Okay, 45.
45 might be a little fast.
It can't do that. It does 35. It seems.
Yeah, it's anything over 30, and you're risking the wiggles of death, where it wiggles back and forth until it like flips.
35 is what I did.
I mean, if it works, it works. But I like,
Yeah, I don't want to miss too much.
yeah, you don't want to go too fast. 30 is you're still going to be able to finish that.
Yeah. Seems to do a reasonable job at turning.
This, I think, is for wood. Yeah, this is sell wood, not bale. The wood triggers, yeah, they're a thing. But the reason why I had to edit this, it's the FG sell everything, is to add the cotton and the wood. So I could get the wood trailer. So if we look at wood, forestry, there it is. Forestry. Wood transport. There it is. So again, this thing can hold like 20 million liters of wood. But if it's in the trailer, you need a specific trigger that can actually see that, right? Right? It's not a normal wood trigger. You can't use a normal wood trigger because that's actually looking for like split shapes, a very specific object that it's looking for, which a trailer is not. I was having the same problem with the pallet version because a pallet version, again, the pallet trigger is a different thing. So yeah, there's a lot of like frustration and learning with the trigger system, getting those. Because a fill trigger is different from a bale trigger, is different from a wood trigger, is different from a pallet trigger. And I've been resisting getting the universal autoload mod just because I looked at the source code of that mod and holy Lord, there's a lot of script files for that. Plus, it literally edits every single trailer. I mean, it's a really powerful mod. Don't get me wrong; it's phenomenal, but. Pretty heavy on the script, but I'd love to know how they manage how they do it. Like the algorithm they use to load the pallets must be insane. It just must be insane because you can load. It doesn't have to be all of one type of pallet. You can load different sizes, and heights, and just too wide, too tall. Like it's just crazy how that algorithm. Really, a lot of math. Yeah, I did read Jay that, slow but not too slow. I did read that. Yeah, in my opinion, some of the criticism I've seen over the last couple of years of playing this with my unrealistic settings, and map design, map balance, and stuff is. If I wanted realistic, I'd buy a farm. There's a way to get all of this very realistic. If I want to go to the bank and take out a $700,000 loan for a freaking combine and then use that combine for 2 weeks out of the year, I could do that, right? Well, I couldn't. I don't think my credit is high enough for that. But it can be done. You know, I could get a job as a farmhand, and you could do all that stuff in real life. Farmers love when they get, you know, people to help them out. Could absolutely be done, but yeah. Sitting in a tractor for 12 hours a day, minimum. Like one of the farmers I watch, like he shows up at the field at like 8:30, and they usually don't leave until 11 at night. That's a long day. He's young though. He's like 22, so. March. But the value here, 1,043, is not, it's what, $60 difference? Less than 10% difference. We're getting a decent amount of cotton. I've always thought cotton was a perennial. Just as long as you didn't destroy the plant, the next year it would just grow again.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because one of the reasons I think that is, why would a harvester leave the plant? Literally every other harvester that you play with cuts the plant off and then pulls the whole thing into the harvester. This one doesn't. It leaves the plant alone. You know, maybe it's just able to be more efficient that way or something. I don't know. Like,
Well, it says it's a perennial plant, but as a crop, they grow it annually.
maybe the first year just produces more, becomes
Yeah.
less so. I'm sure you get plenty of cotton seed from all the cotton harvests, so replanting is not an issue. It's a weird plant. Cotton is a weird plant. Of all the crops and stuff, like, it's not a food. And then the fibers of the cotton is weird. Like, what's the point? Like, I understand seeds that fly, that are really light. I understand seeds that have pricklies on them that could latch onto, you know, animals and be, you know, carried some distance. I understand seeds that are in a fruit that you eat, because then, you know, birds and animals, you know, they would poop them out, and there you go. You got not only fertilizer, but you got the seed right there. So I understand all that. Cotton is not edible. It's not light by any stretch. Like, it's light-ish, but it's not that light. And then you just, the way that the seed is, like, it's a weird plant. It's a really weird plant. You look at it, it's like, how is this thing cultivated? Like, how did it evolve to be what it is? What specialization was it? I just, you wouldn't have to empty if you don't have another bale ready to go. You don't have to empty. So when you roll this into the next field, you'd just be able to continue.
It may be close.
Yeah, well, if it's, regardless of what it is, I have room for another bale, so that's fine.
Yep.
But if you don't have to discharge. You don't have to, or you don't.
I'm at 98% now.
Oh yeah, you probably
Yeah, 99.
right at
So-
the end.
Yep.
Yep. That's funny.
So it'll fill up the pre-chamber and
Yep.
drop it. Okay.
Okay, that one's done. Okay, next. Let's go. Yep. 55. Sell. This. Oopie. We could do pretty much any of them now. Well, except 15, unfortunately. We don't have big enough discount with David. That's unfortunate.
Mhm.
Then we do Walter. We do. How about this one down here? Walter. That's 36.96. 39. 43. So this one, 66 is slightly bigger than that one. Let's see, where did he go? There he is. Let's do 66 because it's right here.
Good. Okay.
And we still have 40. We did so many Walter contracts. We still have a 40% discount. And I just bought that land. All right, let's go sell. I would advise not going over the railroad tracks with that port.
Yes. What field was it? 66?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where is that?
It's hard to see how much the bale is actually worth because it's stupid thing stutters.
Yep. Okay. Headlands. That should do. First waypoint.
Jesus, dude. That is an insanely imbalanced mod. So Jay says that plant-based protein mod that he mentioned earlier. He said, I started with 100,000 on hard. In 3 hours, I have slept 1 month. Now I have 167 million. That's insane. Like,
Yep.
what is the, like, you might as well just hit F12 and just give yourself money, right? I have the dev, dev controls mods because it helps debug the mods that I customize. So I have this dev controls in here just because I need to debug mods, and it's the best way to do it. Otherwise, you'd have to know all like the commands like this, and it's just annoying. But yeah, I set up 2 factories, less than a 750,000 investment. Let me guess, you just bought all the material. You just bought the pallets, bought the raw materials. Yeah. Like the mod one of the mods that I fixed was this thing here, this mod here, the bulk fill stations. Which is a pretty popular mod, which is surprising to me because of how imbalanced it was. So my version is not imbalanced, okay? But in the original version of this mod, in the one that's on the mod hub, you can buy material at a 30% discount. Remember, this is the one on the mod hub. You can buy it at a 30% discount and then turn around and sell it to the same thing, to the same station at a 30% markup. So a 60% price swing. So the profit that you make is you get 60% profit. So all you would need to do is plop one of those vanilla oranges in your map, get a trailer, spend all of your money buying whatever. Doesn't even matter. You just buy whatever you think is whatever. And then you turn around and sell it to the same station, and bam, you've got infinite money. And when I saw that, I was like, this is so stupid. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? And so my version is rebalanced, where buying something, because it's a bulk buy, you buy it at a 5% discount, but then turning around and selling it back is a 90% or a 10% discount, right? So you lose 5% of your money by doing that cycle. Instead of gaining 60%, you lose 5 or 10%. 5%. You lose 5%. And then the free versions of this, because there's the bulk fill station, and there's 4 different versions. There's a free version of it where everything you buy is free, or everything you load up is free. And the base game versions of those are almost they're almost trivial in cost. Like you can buy a free version for like 5,000, and it's like, I'm like, what? Why? So the free versions on mine, if you use my version, the free ones are $1.5 million. But once you place it, then everything is free, and it's just infinite money. But if you have $1.5 million to blow on a bulk fill station, I'm pretty sure you probably have enough money to do whatever it is you want. But anyway, yeah, when I saw that, when I'm going through the files, I'm like, because I've been really resisting, honestly, since FS20, since I started playing this, I've been really resisting customizing just everything, right? I had so many custom mods for FS22, and it was just like, It was just too many. But this time I'm going through and I'm like, okay, well, now I understand a little bit better, like why I had so many customized mods, because there are things like that fill station that I just shake my head and go, why would you balance this? I understand a 5% discount for bulk purchases. That makes sense to me. But then turning around and selling it for a huge markup, like, that doesn't make sense to me. Because if you sell in bulk, you're not getting retail prices if you sell in bulk. So it was like it was treating it like I'm a super high-end retail store to sell it, but then I'm getting a super big discount when I buy it. Like, no, it's not how that would work. So yeah, little things like that is, I customize. But then the maps are a good percent of the effort because they're just so massive of a amount of work. It's a lot of work. And we're just sort of lazily building up some money here because we need to get enough money for like a really decent set of harvesters. Mainly, I want a combine harvester with a grain and a corn header. I mean, one of each. I need to update that Capella mod too. I'm going to change the sound effects with that, as well as the AI worker nodes are a little off on that mod. So that I need to update. I need to write myself a note on that. There's another corn header mod that I downloaded that I was going to look at. It just hit the mod hub in the last couple of days. But they have an 18 meter wide corn header. I don't have it installed on this yet. Because I was seeing if I needed to customize it. But this here, right, is 12 meters. And that mod adds an 18 meter wide header. I was like, oh, that would be glorious. But of course, the speed limits and stuff are not there, so I would have to edit it. I mean, even the Titan is 13.8. This one's 13, 12. I forgot what brand that new one is. But it also folds up like this. Granted, the 18 meter wide one is a pretty big beast. I mean, it is massive. Obviously, the front end here is probably half of that, easy. So it's probably like 9 meters wide. This here is 6 meters, but a 9 meter wide front end that's pretty big. So if I customized it, I would edit the speed. But I'd have to see like what the collision setup is on that, because I might have to, on the big version, I may have to tweak the collisions. I don't want to, but I'd love a giant 18 meter wide header. That would be glorious. Because when it comes to like unrealism, like when it comes to the root headers, because there's literally impossible to find a root header that's more than 6 meters wide, that actually, like the 3D model is that big. So that's why I use the Colossus Unreal 10 meter, because there's no like version of that harvest that has an actual tool. But I tend, in my unrealism, I tend to like to keep the width as close as possible to the tool, whatever your tool size is, right? the cotton one here that we're doing now, like I would not use the 25 meter. I just wouldn't. It's the 10 meter is good. I like it because it's just big enough where the AI workers have a little easier time maneuvering, and it's wide enough where, you know, if you have a giant mega farm field, you're not dealing with too many shenanigans, right? You don't need 10 hours on a field. That's what I'm afraid of when it comes to the balance of the Huron map that I'm working on. The fields on that map are going to be so massively large. Like, you're going to need 4 harvesters. If you do cotton, you're going to need 4 harvesters at 10 meters in order to get that done in your lifetime. But like the plow, right? I've edited the plow to remove some of the collisions so you can actually drive around the map with it. But the plow, it's not any bigger than the actual plow when it unfolds. The plow itself is unrealistic because I don't think there exists a plow like that's 26 meters wide. I just don't think it exists because you would need several diesel locomotives to pull that through the ground. Like, you would need so much power. So it's unrealistic in terms of like what it is, but it's still nice because it's a nice big plow and you're not spending 6 hours plowing a field. So that's what I like. It's just and then the number one thing for unrealism that I like to do is speed. I like to go fast, but not too fast. I'm basically, like, bottom line is I don't go over 40 kilometers an hour with any of my tools. 42 roughly is 30 miles an hour. So kilometers an hour, miles an hour. So I try to keep it 30 or under. 30 miles an hour or under. Kilometers an hour, I think that's roughly 42. So I try to keep it in that ballpark. Any faster than that, and the VCA, the vehicle control, goes all crazy. Some of the AIs go crazy. It's unmanageable. So some of the Colossus stuff can go like 90, which is nuts, and that's too fast. But again, it comes down to time, because if I'm streaming or if I'm recording content, the time factor is a big deal in how much I can get done in a day and how much recording I can get done, especially with streams. It's a big deal. Having a bunch of downtime is not ideal for me, and I know a lot more people have more patience than I do, but yeah, like yeah, I'm just kind of in my mind. I'm just kind of thinking, okay, Uber production. What do I want to do? What's the balance I'm looking for? What are people's patience like? My experience with YouTube, right? My 10-year anniversary is in December. Well, I've been doing this a while, and I've seen videos. I've seen series and videos that do really well, and I've seen them that, for some reason, they don't get any traction. And I've also seen series where episode 1, and this is almost universal. Episode 1, 50,000 views. Episode 2, 1,200 views. Okay? And by episode 30, you're looking at 400 views. So there's you start here and there's and that is universal across every one of my series. It's just a fact of life. So in my mind, I'm like, all right, do I either just do a bunch of episode ones, or do I streamline it to where I do a whole series? And I like doing whole series. I like doing soup to nuts sort of series where, I cover everything. Because there's a lot of people that appreciate it. And I've gotten a lot of feedback. But it's a huge amount of time that it takes to do something.
Don't put episode in the title.
I could experiment with that. Just
Yeah. May want to put it in the description somewhere. But as soon as it's in the title.
Yeah, it's like, I don't want to. I'm guessing it's like a psychological thing. Like if you haven't watched episodes 1 to 3 and I post episode 4, it's like, well, that's episode 4. I haven't watched it, so I'm gonna skip it. I understand the psychological part of that, for sure.
Yeah, I know there was one guy that did that for Satisfactory. He was aiming to do different things for each episode. And just naming it what he was doing.
Yeah, how did it go?
I don't really know. I haven't actually looked at his numbers.
That tells me more than you think.
I was trying to follow him as well. That's the thing. But at one point it became so big I couldn't be bothered following anymore.
What became big? Like
the factories.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just, oh man.
Some people go nuts with that. I'm gonna go check this one. It's close. Yeah, I've enjoyed the 10 years I put in. I thought by this point, when I started in my humble little Factorio series, and then I moved on to Fortress Craft, I thought by now I would be 50,000 subscribers or more, and doing things that having a nice community or a nice big community that was interacting and just enjoyable. See if this has a bait. Might be another. This might be another one of those doesn't have a bale tree. Nope, no bale tree. That's okay. Cotton is a iffy one. Now, if I was cruising around with a trailer, I'd no problem with anything. It's funny when I get introduced to new people that I haven't met before. The subject is always like, "So what do you do?" You know? I'm like, "Oh, you know, I'm a programmer, but I'm a content creator on YouTube." And they're like, "Oh, do you make any money? You make a lot of money with that?" And I'm always like, "No." Just like, nope. If you have kids and they want to be a YouTuber when they grow up, highly advise them not to, because it's dog eat dog in the world. Yeah. Unless you know Mr. Beast personally, he shouts you out on one of his videos, or you're gonna have a tough time. But we could be turning this cotton. Look at the flow chart here of cotton value. So cotton itself is not bad. Okay, but cotton makes fabric. Okay, fabric is extremely lucrative if you're just converting one to the next. Now, it's not a 1-to-1, of course. So you're not going to convert it 1-to-1. But then fabric gets made into clothing, which is another bump in value. So we would need a spinnery. I don't know if there is actually a spinnery on this map. There's one. So we would need this. And you can see it's a third. 9 cotton equals 3 fabric. So you divide it by 3. So then we go back to value cotton value. Remember, this, because fabric then gets multiplied by 3. I believe that's the way to do it, because 9 cotton makes 3 fabric. So 9 of these, which would be almost $9,000 worth of cotton, makes 3 fabric. Or you just round it to every 1,000, because these are in thousands, right? So 1,000 cotton is $950, $980. But it takes 9,000 cotton. So 9 times this to make 3. But that's 9 and 3. That's easy to do. That's 3x. So that's why I had said multiply this by 3. So you're looking at just shy of $3,000 worth of cotton to make 1 craft of fabric, which you're getting a little bit over that. It's not as lucrative as you think it is. When you see these numbers, you're like, "Oh shit, look at that." Not as lucrative as you think it is, right? And then we have to look at, okay, what's the ratio of fabric to clothes, because clothing is then 2 times, a little over 2 times that, 2.45. And then we look at the value of clothes, or the production tailor shop. It's 2-to-1. So again, by the time you go down that tree, the clothes that you're getting, you're only making, if you actually did a spreadsheet for all of this, because remember, the cost per month of each factory is going to hit you, right? The cost per hour, I should say. The cost per month is just cost per hour times 24. 4, which this cost per hour is 10, obviously. So in order to process 9,000 cotton, you're looking at an hour. No, more than an hour. You're looking at about half a month. So $60 to make 3,000 fabric. So it's, if you did all these numbers in a spreadsheet and you compare the value of the closing that you're making, all of the steps, and you factor in the cost per hour, and you factor in the flat fee, because every production chain you own is a flat fee of daily upkeep. So every day is going to charge you, you know, from $10 to maybe $100 to $200 to $500, whatever the daily upkeep is. By the time you get to the end of the chain,
Pick up.
Is there another one? There's these two.
Yep, coming out.
Oh, you don't have to spit it out if you don't want to. Okay, so this field is done. So
Will you not?
let's sell this field.
It doesn't wanna.
That's fine. Don't force it. You're a little constipated. That's okay. And we can go right next door to field 5.
Yep. Although I think I have to head to bed.
Okay, that's okay.
It's a bit late here.
All right. Well, let me hop in that, and I'll start the worker on 5.
Yep, I'll move it up. It's there. Yeah, ready?
Alrighty. Will you have a good evening, sir?
Yeah, and you too. Enjoy.
I will try.
I think it was a lot better with Courseplay, that one. That machine.
Yeah, Courseplay does a really good job.
Yep. Definitely did. Alright, I guess I'll see you on Wednesday.
Yeah, definitely.
Cheers.
Later. That's good. We'll deliver and sell these. Wow, almost 9 hours. That's crazy. love to look at the my 3D of that and see what the hell is. Yeah. Anyway, I want to hammer all these out so we have enough money to really go to town next stream. I mean, the title of this stream was the Dawn Mega Farm, Dawn of the Mega Farm. So really making sure we have the money to push things forward. Make sure there's not a bale be in the way of the row. See, there's one over here. I don't know what causes those issues in the bottom of my screen when it's drawing the course. There's a bug with Courseplay that it draws these crazy lines. Right, just drive over. I did. No, definitely not. Oh no, there it is. Yep, 22 is the max. Still has a half hour. This has a half hour left. And I think this one will be the last one we tackle. Although there's 2 more over here that we could do, and this one here we could do. Although David has a couple discounts. Ooh, square bale. That would be spicy. We could do a square bale. Harvesting 38, which is soybeans. There's so much to do. Get a couple of those David. We would need 3 more David contracts. We need to punch 3 more of those out to be able to buy that land. But I need to do contracts that I can actually do without any new equipment. Because if I bought like a combine to do like the harvesting, well, now I'm out 300 grand. I wouldn't be able to buy that field. That would be a problem. Yeah, but the fact that making clothes, to go from cotton to fabric to clothes, I don't see that as profit with the current balance. Now I might have a custom spinner. No, I don't think I do. I have a sawmill, brewery, salt mill for whatever reason. Oil mill. This is why I put the FG on things, because I don't. Rope. I wonder if it's more lucrative to do rope. Is there a rope maker in here? No. Be interesting to see. What does rope sell for? Jesus. It depends on what the ratio is. I don't know. Anybody have an experience with that? Like, what's the ratio of cotton to rope? Because if it's worse than 5 to 1, it would lose money. 5 cotton to 1 rope. You'd literally lose money. This is why I go through and rebalance. I'm always looking at like productions. If you go through the production, you should have a decent amount of income coming off the back, like off the end of it. It shouldn't be that tight. Because if you go through the cotton that we have, and then make it into fabric, and make it into clothes, you're looking at $1,000 to $2,000 of expenses. Right when it gets to the end of the field. And by the time you get to the other end, you're only making like $500 extra. We just did all the math. You're only making like $500 extra. You put 9,000 in, 9,000 cotton. You get 3,000 fabric. Then from the 3,000 fabric, you get 1,500 clothes. Plus 1,500 clothes at 6,100. You're looking at 9,000. A little over 9,000, which is what you would sell the cotton for. 9 cotton would sell for damn near $9,000. So, why go through those steps when you can just sell the cotton? That's why I rebalance, because it's like when you get to the clothes need to be worth some money. So that's why I rebalance them. And that's why that's why I test them. The stream series is just a big test for the game balance and stuff, just to see what feels right, what doesn't. And yeah, I think I'm gonna have to build a spreadsheet and put all the numbers in, because this is the only way to really make sure that the game balance is done. Because otherwise, people might resort to what Jay did and go to that protein factory and just make $100 million in a couple hours. Like, I don't want that either. I want it to be worthwhile, but damn, like that's extreme. That is extreme. Where did you find that mod? Was that on the mod hub? Because Jesus, that's nuts. It would honestly surprise me if they allowed that on the mod hub with that level of balance. I mean, yeah, there's unrealistic stuff on the mod hub, so I don't necessarily get nitpicky. I mean, the Colossus mod is on, but yeah, that's nuts. I mean, you could just create like the same sort of government subsidies mod. Just add a placeable and just make the placeable give you $10 million an hour. I don't know what after a couple hours you would own the map, like the whole map. Yeah, crazy. What is the average cost per hectare of farm? the average cost. As much as I love music. So, the cost per hectare. See, the reason I'm looking at hectare is in the back end files of the map. The cost of the farmland is per hectare. So it looks like it's a wide range, but it caps out at about 35,000 per hectare. That's in Indiana. Top quality cropland. Nice. And then Nebraska, way cheaper. And then mountain regions are obviously really low. And then Kentucky, pretty low. So, I mean, the top end, Indiana, 35,500 per hectare. Which is less than what I have right now. The price set on the Huron County map. But yeah, I think I have it set to like 45. But I know some maps set it to like 60. Setting it really high slows you way down. In that Indiana or the Huron County, Michigan map, like some of those fields are so big, they're going to cost like $10 million. Like they're just enormous. But if you lower the price, that allows you to grow a lot faster. And there's a balance there. I don't really know what I want. Like how many years, how many harvests should it be before you expand? Kind of what we're doing now, where we're able to like buy a plot, harvest it, steal the shit on the harvest, and then sell it back. I don't know how to prevent that. I honestly don't. Like, how do you prevent cheese? How do you prevent that cheese from happening? But wrap up this field. Get a decent chunk of change. Wednesday, I'm going to continue iterating on the Huron map. It's incredibly time consuming at getting these maps up and running, and it doesn't help that I've now switched the map that I'm targeting for the recording session. I've switched it now 3 times. I was looking at the Survival 4X map, and then I was like, maybe that's too small for a mega farm. I want to try something new. So I looked at the Dakota 16X map, and I started iterating and doing the same thing, like editing the production, doing all of that. And then as I got deeper into that tree, I was like, I don't like the Dakota 16X. Like, I didn't like that map. I started liking it less and less because of the weird water features and the fact that they just like fields were just in weird shape. They're just at like there's very angular shapes. So yeah, that's why. And then so the Huron map was like, oh, I've been watching somebody do a series on the Huron map, Huron County, Michigan, and I was like, oh, this actually, doesn't look too bad. They said they really liked the map. So I was like, all right, let's make the switch again. So here we are, doing it all over again, and I have to like stop myself from doing it again. Like I can't switch again. I have to get something going. Make progress so I can record some episodes. I'm kind of out of practice. I haven't recorded a series in like 2.5 years. So I'm way out of practice. But again, it's going to be a different kind of series than what I usually do. It's not going to be the same sort of like commentary all the way through, slow play. It's going to be pre-recorded, fast-forwarded, put to music with introductions, recorded. This is a big field. We're getting a crazy amount of cotton from this field. I almost want to put a spinnery down just to do it, but I would have to search for, I don't know. Is there any information out there about like how much cotton it takes to make fabric? Like what the ratio actually is? It'd be interesting to know that. I mean, I know fabric is basically done by the yard. I know. Everybody I know. Every other unit of measurement is arbitrary. It just some make more sense than others. But anyway. Yeah, I mean, I think my baseline is like every step of the process should double the value, but should be costly to do it. Right? So let's look at an example would be a spinnery, an FG spinnery. And the Huron County map, there's a spinnery on it that I can edit. They did a good job of customizing every single production, unlike this map. So the spinnery, right? Rather than taking nine cotton and making 3 fabric, which is a divide by 3, and then the value of said fabric is 3.1. So you divide by 3, and then you multiply by 3.1. So you get a little bit of extra. Rather than do that, I would take 9 cotton and make 9 fabric. But the cost of doing that, the cost of the factory, would then cut in to that profit, right? So you literally multiplying 3x, and without changing the value of the fabric. So if we look at this, let's look at this really quick. And I know I'm probably just talking to air at this point, but it is what it is. If anybody's out there, anybody's following along, this is what I do this for. So if we look at cotton, it's up here, right? So 9,000 cotton would be Well, we could just do 1,000 cotton, right? If it's 1 to 1, 1,000 cotton is worth $950. 1,000 fabric is worth $3,100. Okay. Selling that cotton gives you $950. Turning it into fabric gives you $3,000. So what should the cost of turning it into fabric, what should that cost be? You're going from $950 to $3,000, right? You're 3xing the profit. What I think should happen is the production cost to convert that fabric, or to convert it to fabric, should be like $1,000 just to convert that. So instead of 3xing your profit, instead of 3xing your income, you're more like you're taking 950 and you're turning it into 2,000. You're doubling the value, but it's costing you, which in my mind makes sense because you're going to need facility, you're going to need rent, you're going to need to pay for electricity, you've got employees, you've got taxes, you've got all of the gubbins that require to have a factory. It makes sense that you would incur upfront costs for a delayed revenue stream. That makes sense to me. Where you double your money, but it feels like you triple your money, but you don't. You double your money, but it costs you $1,000 to actually double your money. You're still doubling your money, but it costs you. And then doing that again with the clothes, right? Taking that 1,000 fabric and turning it into 1,000 clothes, or maybe a little less than 1,000, because you wouldn't perfectly use every single item of the fabric. So you'd have a little bit of a difference there. But the clothes then, there's a reason why there's a bump right there, right? 6.6. So if it takes 1,000 fabric, which is worth 31, and 1,000 clothes, or maybe then instead of 1,000 clothes, it would be like 900 clothes. But for the sake of argument, let's say 1,000 clothes, which turns it into 6,500. Well, that then you're doubling your money again. But again, remember, you're doubling it to 2,000 for the fabric. So if you're shooting for a 4,000 payday from fabric to clothing, that means that step needs to cost 2,000. So then the recipe needs to cost $2,000 for that step, which is even more of an upfront capital cost, because get done. And this is how I balance these things: is yes, it is lucrative to do it, but you need a balance. You cannot run yourself dry of money. If you run yourself dry of money, it's a very bad day for everybody. Pick that up. We're not done with this. We've got a few fields left. But I wanted to get this done. I can kind of finish this process in between streams. I know that it's not for everybody. There's a couple more fields up here that we can do, I think. All right. So fairly sure that we got all the things. Just to verify. I just want to check. Make sure I picked up all the bales. I think I did. Good. And then sell. So we have turned, just in the last part of this stream, We had 160,000. And through hop, skip, and a jump, through real estate, we've turned it into 1.5 million. Because remember, I still get to sell the things. So, this is still ready to go. But we need some David discounts. This is way too expensive. The money we're getting, the revenue, the net positive we're getting is not just the cotton sales. The fact that we're getting discounts when we buy the fields. So we're putting to use the fact that we've done so many contracts for all these guys. Like this Walter 40%, we could absolutely do this. I just want to make sure because I know we did this one already. I just want to verify that this is still ready to harvest. It is. Okay. So I do want to buy this at a nice discount. And then number 5. No, we just did 5. 15. So I need to do 3 more David contracts. Ideally, way more than that, because there's 3 more and there's 10 more. We need like 13 more contracts if we really wanted to min-max this process. But this one is definitely one I want to min-max because that is a massive field. This one we can save. I can do that while I eat dinner and just have horseplay do it. Like it's fine. Is there a trailer hitch? No, that's obviously not. Okay, but that is going to have to do for this stream, everybody. I hope everybody's out there is going to have a great rest of the weekend. If there's any feedback, please do not hesitate. Please do not hesitate to let me know. Whether it's the music, specific song, balance of the game, play style of the game, whatever it might be, I'm always welcome feedback. So please, do not hesitate to let me know if you're enjoying the content, if you're not, whatever. Right? If you have a mod, if you're a channel member or you're a patron and you have a mod that you want tweaked and you want me to look at it, if you really like the mod itself but it does something bad that you don't like or it's broken in some way, I can take a look at it. But I like to consider my time valuable enough, which is why membership and patrons, that's one of the perks. If you want me to do something. Because it took me years to learn how to do this stuff. I'm still learning. I still actively try to educate myself on how this stuff works. It just takes a lot of time. So I have to figure out how to monetize that time in some way. Either that or I have to quit YouTube altogether and go find a job. Those are the options. I'd like to know if people are enjoying themselves and the content I create and all of the work I put into all the mods. But anyway, have a great rest of the weekend, everybody. Stay safe, and I hope to see everybody back here on Wednesday.